Hold on. I am doing some stuff over here. Doing some stuff over here. Do 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 do. Nope. This. Hey. Subscribers, any duration. Just setting up a live video. Hey, what's happening? Let's see here. FaceTime. Hey, Sebastian, what's up? All right, we're going live. Oh, God, we're going live on YouTuber. We're 1 minute. We're 1 minute away. Boop, 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 boop. You never know what's going to happen around these parts. You never know. Hey, what's up? Okay, ready? We're live on TikTok. I like you better. I said it out loud. And we're on YouTube. And I have my pants on. I really shouldn't. Anyway. Hey, y'all. Hey. So, we're coming to the end of this, and then I'm going to have to continue another book. So I'm all of August, every morning, I'm going through this workbook that I wrote years ago about the sword of trauma. Yeah, the sword of trauma. As if, think about like if whatever trauma that you've been through, and we've all had something, even if it was your ex, it was traumatic, is like getting pierced with a sword. That was how my ex was. It was totally pierced with a sword. Anyway, so it could be, hey, hello from Tennessee. I go to Tennessee once a month. Come ride bikes with me in Nashville. So your trauma, whatever it is, can be like being pierced with a sword. And so I have this whole workbook series. It's used all over the world. It's my most popular thing, is this sword of trauma. And so I'm going through it every day in the mornings of August. And we're almost done. Look, we're at the end. And then the next month I'm gonna do something else because this has been really fun. Good morning, Vietnam. Hey. What kind of trauma? Seriously, what kind of trauma? Well, it could be anything. It could be any kind of trauma, where it could have been, you witnessed trauma. That's early. That's step one. Looking at like, what was your trauma? Reading fashion magazines? What was your trauma? Your crazy parents that you were raised by wolves? Whatever you went through that was traumatic is like getting pierced with a sword. If you look at it like that, it gives a great way to see an end point. It's not going to last forever. You can remove the sword and then heal the wound. Ow! And then you have it. So it's much like healing and moving on and like becoming moving from victim to survivor to warrior to reformer. That's what I'm all about. Hi, kitty cat. Hi. Did you see these cats? There are 11 cats here, Heather. 11. I don't even know what to say. My friend wonders why she's single. And I was like, it's because you have 11 cats. I mean, I just answered all your problems for you. If you're wondering why you're single, ladies, count how many pussies you have in the house. I'm like, I understand men. I speak really well to men. Men understand me. I get you, fellas. Because I'd be like, listen, I'd be like, you have 11 of them. I'm going home. We're gonna do it outside in the hammock, and then I'm leaving. I mean, you feel me? Okay. So, in this section of the work, but here comes another. I mean, there are so many. They're in and out. They're just like, Lord have mercy. I actually slept outside on a hammock last night because there's too many in this house. I was like, I ain't playing with that. If she wants to find someone, I can help Heather. I should be a dating coach. You say that all the time, Kitty. Just own it, that you are a dating coach, okay? This is where I will lecture your ass. Because I'm all about, like, you live your purpose. Like, your purpose is more important than your pain. And you're so good at helping people date, so just own it. Don't say you should. Like, we worked on it with Heather last night. We went to a Wild Woman Festival, and we were talking about, what do you really want to do in your life? What are you passionate about? And she's like, well, I think I'm like an adventurer. I think I'm an adventurer, and I find things in nature. And she's she's like a treasure hunter. And I'm like, can you reframe that sentence? Not, I think I am. I was like, did your husband beat you or something? And it turns out, yes. so okay. So then she owns it more now. She literally by the end of the day, she was like, I am a historical adventurer, treasure hunter. I'm like, oh yeah. So I want Kitty, you're a dating coach, right? Dang, not funny. Okay. Was it supposed to be funny? That's all right. Maybe some mosquito bites. You know, I didn't have mosquito bites. I talked to them. I say, don't bite me. Y'all can float around. Please don't bite me. I woke up to this dang black bear that keeps coming around. Seriously? That's funny. Could you imagine? I thought about that because she said that there's bears in there, and I was like, well, here we go. I'm sleeping outside, and if a bear comes up and nudges me, well, that's what happened. So, if you look at we're going to stay on point. Yeah, here, I'm like, listen. Stay on point, Shelton. By the way, I was just on a call with a bunch of guys that are working on my site for me, and I was like, I'm so glad that y'all are all fellas because you can stay on point, and I'm going to go all around go all around and come back to the point, all around and come back to the point, like you should, fellas. Go all the way around, come back to the point, go all around. But we ladies can have so much, but it's, you know, it's like our parts. There's so many things. Come back to the point. Come back to the point. Do you see what I'm saying? You're welcome. So when you have been through trauma, right, and you're pierced with a sword, you got to remove it, and then you heal the wound, and then you have it. And we've gone through all the steps in this workbook, and now we're on when you have it, and then you're into playtime, which is where my life is all about. You don't want him wait, I gotta move so I can see your comments. You don't want him biting you. That would be so like terrifying. A bear biting you as you're hanging in a hammock. Surely they're not gonna do that. Unless anyway. Ladies, yeah, exactly. Then they say I'm good. It's true. If just compare it to there's a lot of things you can do with this, just like it's all connected. So when you're in the playtime phase, when you've removed the sword, healed the wound, go back and watch other videos if you like. I put all this stuff up for free on my website and my app so that I'm doing this as out of the kindness of my heart for people who can't afford it. You know what I'm saying? That's why you have to deal with all over the place. Listen, I ain't sorry. So the place that we're like, okay, I've dealt with trauma, I've removed the sword, and then I'm going to have it. It's like, then it becomes playtime. Like, so, because many of us who've been through trauma, where's your playtime? Is it scheduled in? Do you actually schedule in play? Are you ever without your sword? Well, are we? Are we ever without our swords? There's a great book that I love, the Shambhala Path of the Warrior. And it talks about how a warrior is never at rest. So it's like you might be on vacation, right? But you're still a warrior. Still, if something happens, you're like, shabam! I climb buildings and stuff. That's why my social media is Angela Shelton 007, because I do crazy shit like that. I do. So, no matter what, even when we're having playtime with the kids, I'm still aware. I'm still going to call out pervs. Yeah, I do that. Then we get brainwashed to never play again. Exactly. Okay. So the playtime is so important. You're welcome. Thank you. Needed you. Yay. Well, see, first you say I'm not funny, and then you get in here and you just wait. It just gets. I bring the fun and the funny in the face of the fear. It's a lot of F words. And one of my best comments I ever heard from a dear friend who was a fan who became a friend said, you know what? You put the F back in my life. As in fun, and also, and it's like all the F word, like, so, and then she said, because life without the F word, without the F, is just a lie. I was like, that's brilliant. So we have a variety show that we will eventually do. That's where we're leading, is my comedy show that's not funny. It's called Pricked. And then a bigger show that I basically, think like Carol Burnett with healing. So it's life with all the F words, because life without the F is just a lie. Yeah. Glad you found a hey. Yeah, and those of you who found me that like me tend to like each other. I will one day have a dating app for that very reason. You're welcome. Yeah. Yeah. It's a comedy, not funny comedy show. Yeah, it's funny. That's me. And then at this phase, we're going through this workbook. Hey, Rondi, let's stay. I'm staying focused. All around the point to the point. Going back to the point. Go all the way around. Come back to the point. Yeah, I am done. See, I can have a dating coach on my dating app. There you go. What can you say to yourself? It's in the workbook. I'm just reading it. Page 104. What can you say to yourself to remind yourself that you are worthy? You're worthy. I just went to this Wild Women's festival yesterday, and we were singing. There was this whole singing, chanting stuff. It was great. It was great that it was a woman's retreat, because it was the kind of thing that men would be like, what in the hell y'all doing? You're like singing to your wombs and stuff. We don't need to see that. Yeah, you don't need to see it. It's a thing that's why women need to, right? It was so fun. And so there was this song. Hey! Thank you, Stay. I got my hat on. Woohoo! I gotta move so I can see your hearts. I like seeing your hearts. Something like, hey, am I talking to myself over here? How y'all doing? So I'm telling you a point. They were singing this song that is like, I am worthy. I love myself, and I take care of myself, yada, yada. Me personally, I wrote this dang book, okay? And me personally, I am the one that will hold my hand and be like, this is some new age caca baloney. Like, I'm just not buying it. I'm just not buying this whole like, I love myself, I'm special, I'm worthy, I deserve love. It doesn't. I'm the speaker, and it doesn't resonate with me. It resonates with me on body, mind, and spirit maintenance. And also when you are truly in love with source that you are a part of, like for me, it's I love God, then you do love yourself, because you are part of that. So like when I personally say like, I love myself, I feel separated. But when I say I love God, and I'm here as a vehicle through which it comes, through which the infinite comes, that's my commitment. It's like, that's the kind of stuff I do, is I, like before I go on stage and stuff, I say, let me be a vehicle through which you come, and I am of service. So, put some words in my mouth, whatever I need to see, hear, share. That's when I personally hit, like, I'm worthy. Of course I'm worthy, because I am a vehicle through spirit. A vehicle for spirit to come through. Does that make sense? So like, I understand for those of you who are like, what? I'm worthy, I love myself. But people do need to say that and feel that, and however you can get there. And I'm talking to the people, if you're like me and you're like, oh God, the big eye roll. Usually men are, I can really talk to more men than women on this level, because the men are not going to sit here and work this workbook. Usually they're like, what? Whereas the women will be like, I did 14 pages and then I printed it and I needed more space and I wrote and I drew pictures. And I'm more like, that's why I have so many male friends, and I get accused of being a guy so many times. That's also why people think I'm gay so much time, because I think like a dude. Usually, it's like, think like a dude. I don't mean to put labels on. But I want like the faster, I want the straight, give it to me straight. And for me, it's, I love God. So I'm sharing that for those of you it needs to resonate with. But if that doesn't resonate with you, then say, what can you say to yourself that you are, that you love yourself, your gorgeous self-sharing goddess. Oh, thank you. Yes, I am. When she says hello, in odd situation, continue the conversation. Don't let it go flat. Well, hello, Wyatt. dating suggestions. You ask questions and listen to them. I have a dating book. It's called We'll Date for Food. Yeah, there's a course too, online dating course for women. We'll Date for Food. It's a trick, like everything I do is a little bit of a trick. Like, it's not like my boxing movie's not really a boxing movie. My golf comedy will make you cry. My documentary about women in America ends up being about my dad and me, and like it's like a little switch. And my dating book and my dating course is teaching women how to listen to men, because when you're eating, you shut up and you listen. Just shut up, chew, put it in your mouth, put the food in your mouth, and listen to the men. Just listen, and you'll find like amazing things. You got a hot meal. It's like it's a good way. Anyway, that's my side note for the dating. Now listen, you're worthy to be loved, and you're worthy to carry a sword instead of being wounded by it, because that's the whole point. Because you can walk around. This is why this analogy works so well. Hey, I got some food. Ah, that was awesome. That was awesome. Stay sent me breakfast. Listen, back to the sword of trauma. Yeah. So you can you can be wounded by this. Hey, speaking of dating, right? You can go into every date carrying all the wounds from your past date. You know, you show up and you're like, I'm already angry and already projecting all my stuff for my dad or my mama or my uncle that diddled me or my past relationship with that narcissist or whatever. You come to the table with this. That's a perfect example of trauma, right? So you're like, oh God, hi, I'm just here with all my stuff, all my baggage and my wounds. How are you? What you got? It would be amazing if we could date like that. We come like a card. That's what I've started doing, by the way. Here's my things. Here's my issues. Here it is. I've worked on it, and I'm always at work in progress, but this is it, my little card. This is my dancing card. I have issue with this, this, and this. What's yours? Can we dance together? Or have you dealt with that? Because if you've ideally worked on yourself and you're not projecting all your stuff on somebody else, poor things. Oh God, poor things. You have removed it, dealt with the, healed the wound. What? Great bra. Thank you. And then you have it, and then we're in play. When you're in the play phase, then you get trauma bonds. Exactly. But when you're in the play phase and you've dealt with your healing and you're actually whole human and you're like, yeah, I've been through every trauma known to man. Like, Jesus Lord, most of us have a list of things we've been through, not just one, right? I love it when people hear some of your stories and my stories as well, and they're like, oh my God, that happened to you? And we're like, well, that was just Tuesday. I mean, I didn't even tell you what happened the other day, and then yesterday, and then when I was a little kid, and then in my 20s, and I just recommended you to my stepdaughter because she's going through a lot. Oh, Tammy Shelton. Thank you. I am working on my own stuff. Hello, funny. Of organizing all my stuff in more cohesive ways. Kind of like Brene Brown has hubs. So I'm organizing it. That just, bear with me. And I just decided to, as I grow and do more and like go back to the stage and go back to go to the comedy that I've always wanted to do, which is where I've been heading. It all leads to one prick, y'all. It all leads to one prick. It's called prick. But when you've done your healing work, granted we're all a work in progress, and you're in the play phase, this becomes a different kind of magnet, I'm telling you, because usually when you're wounded, right, you're going to be magnetizing, you're going to be pulling more abuse, some trauma bonds, you mentioned that. You're going to be pulling repeated trauma, like, did you marry your dad again? I thought we dealt with that. Or like, did you marry your mama? Are you in a relationship with your abuser? Why? Like, again? Wow, you just repeated this because repeating it, because it's like drawing it to you. It's wild. So I'm telling you, when you've done the healing work, whatever phase you're on, and you actually have it in the play phase, this is it magnetizes the fun towards you, the greater things, the elevating. That's why I say, like, we're elevating and expanding together. And also why in my world, there's no judgment and there's no competition And there's no like, he did this or you did this or you wrote a book. I can't write a book now. Like, no, no, no. You're on your island, you know, with your sword. However, you might be on your island like this. Help! You know, how'd you get out of this? Like looking at, you know, you might be way ahead of other people. Like there's people that are way ahead of me and I watch them. I'm like, hey, how'd you get around that? And me, I'm way ahead of many people. So I leave aha moments and breadcrumbs, and you can throw, you know, fireworks displays up to help escape routes, help each other with escape routes. And when you're in the play phase, it does breed, it magnetizes people that are playful and more fun. It really does. It's just amazing. And then just not drop the convo, be honest, but be in the moment, because that's what he wants. I love men. I have horse blinders that I use to focus on what is healthier for me. Wow. Yeah, mine is meat, milk, and men. Hold on, I'm going to take some milk. Raw milk, grass-fed meat, and men. I'm good. How to keep Angela Shelton alive. Meat, milk, and men. We're fine. We're going to be fine. Anyway, when you're in the healing, when you're in the play phase, we're staying on the workbook. How can you use your sword as a warrior instead of a victim? Hey, Taboo, thank you. I love your energy too. Why are you there? That moment. Tell him why you're there and smile. Men love your smile. Tell him why I'm there. Listen, are we going to bed or not? Like, are you messing around with me? What's happening? How can you use your, as a warrior instead of a victim? Perfect example. Yesterday, we are at this Wild Women Conference, right? Or Wild Women Festival. Uh-oh. Exit. Uh-oh. My internet's going weird on my YouTube. Why the hell? Something's messing around with my YouTube. There you go. Hey, you're back. Hey, Jackie. So, I love the hearts. Thank you. So, yesterday is a perfect example of how to use your sword, right? And how to your healing shows up for you. This is a small example, but it's important. I'm with Heather, who was a friend on TikTok, and I ended up being friend. Y'all be careful when you invite me to your house. I'm coming. Like, seriously. And I'm gonna look at your comments. The festival was amazing. It's gonna be yearly, 100%. It was so great. Wild Women Festival. It was fantastic. So I'm with Heather, and I'm gonna take my shoes off and walk barefoot everywhere, especially at a festival like that. I have no shoes, and we were walking to one. Like, I did yoga. I did every yoga thing, and I belly danced. I learned how to belly dance. Apparently, I'm very good at it. I can shake. Listen. and we went to my car because we did Regenerate together, and then she needed to walk to her car to get her bag, her backpack. And I was like, well, here's a layer of examples. I could have walked with her through this parking lot to get her bag, aka working on somebody else's baggage for them or with them, using your time for somebody else's baggage. Me, the difference is now, I'm like, hell no. Sorry if it upsets you, you can deal with that. You go get your bag, unless I'm walking there, to help you be safe, but you don't need that right now in this place. I'm taking my shoes off and walking through this field of grass and having my own sweet little time with all these beautiful trees, and I'll meet you over there at the dance floor. This is a perfect example of, are you walking with somebody else to deal with their baggage? Or are you living your life more profoundly and having more fun? Does that make sense? Like that one little moment. And then when we met up at the dance floor, or at the dance field, it was all at grass. Hey Rondi, just buffering right now. Yay, gotta love y'all. And Heather came over and she's like, what's amazing is the fact that you chose to spend that 20 minutes or 30 minutes with what I really want to do and what I'm really like, I'm connected and happy, instead of walking with her to get her baggage. She's like, I watched you do that and I was like, wow, that was so like taking care of yourself. That was so like you were in your power. That was so like, and I'm like, listen, for time is value versus expense. Where do you get the value and how expensive is it? And is the expense of your time worth the value? I'm at a dance festival with her. I'll see her later. I don't need to walk with her for this time, right? To get her bag. And it's like, I ain't dealing with your baggage. You deal with your own baggage. You got issues with your mama or your baggage or your daddy or whatever. Hey, go carry your own bag. Go deal with your bag. I'll meet you on the dance floor. You see what I mean? So it's like a metaphor. It's like a metaphor. So, and it was nice that she saw it. She was like, oh my God, and then that enabled her to take off by herself. It inspired her because she's an explorer and an adventurer. And then she's like, you know what? Angela Shelton inspired me by not spending time on her baggage with her. You see what I mean? And then therefore she went off and actually explored and found some rocks and like does her thing, which I'm not an explorer looking in the earth for rocks. I'm on the dance floor. You will always find me on the dance floor if you're looking for me. I will be as close to the music as possible. So that's where you'll find me. I'm not going to be carrying your baggage for you. I'm not going to be spending the time working on your baggage for you. I can share how I got rid of my baggage or how I'm constantly condensing my baggage to be as little as possible. I got milk, I got meat in my car, and I got some men. I'm cool. How are you? Well, I want a cool sword too. Here I am with a boring 9. Nice. I have the same license, my friend. Animist Farm Her. Nice. Same. Pretty dress. Thank you. I like this dress and the bra. This is, you know what's so crazy? Is all my years I was bought the lingerie once by one boyfriend. Once. Jason Lewis was the only person who bought me lingerie. And until I had my spicy link. And then a fan. This sweet little guy in Maine who I've helped over his insecurity issues brought me this. I mean, what? Is that real? That's real. That's true. Hey, morning. Good morning, Jay. I love you called him out. Oh, Jason Lewis? God, he's so hot. Yeah, did you ever see Sex in the City? You know, the sexy with the cleft chin. He was Samantha's lover boy. That's also my lover boy for years, like 10 years back and forth. I actually worked with him on that audition. That's how he got the job, I think. Anyway, yeah, that was like back and forth. That's a little side note trivia with Angela Shelton. You're like, well, you did what? Him. Yeah, did him for years. Years. We lived in Paris together. We lived in New York together. Like, he started modeling. I was already modeling. I saw him when he first started modeling. The young, tall blonde, yeah, with the cleft chin. He's hot as hell. It was also the best sex I ever had in my life. Which is a real bummer when he looks like that. Until recently. He got taken over by a young lad. But yeah, Jason Lewis. He's hot as hell. Cool guy too. No, so I'm like, I have nothing nice to say about I have nothing but nice things to say about him. We could have another conversation privately. No, he's sexy as hell and also incredible in bed. And when we finally broke up for the last umpteenth time, because we were one of those, like, you get back together, you break up, you get back together, you break up, and he's famous too, so like walking around with him back in those days was annoying. And when we broke up for the very last time, I was like, oh God, it's so tragic. Like, we should not ever break up because our sex is so good. Like, when you have that good a connection with somebody, you really should never break up. You should at least keep each other on reserve. And he goes, you're no different than anybody else. It's just because I'm really good in bed. Oh my God. I'm like, wow. That's hold on just a second. I have to. Oh, hi, whoa. Yeah. He's really, really good in bed. I will attest to that. Yeah. If you looked him up, well, picture this. Whew. That's the one that introduced me to like 5-7 hours of tantra. Phew. God bless him. God bless you. I hope you're eating well. I know. That's the worst. It's like, oh my God, we have the most amazing connection. Not really. I have that with everybody. I'm like, bleh! Like, so. Anyway. So weird. Still hasn't come on. I'll wait for, oh, it's weird. It's back. I think YouTube is back. So anyway, wowza. Yeah, so I never dated him before. You style Billy Baldwin. Oh my God. Okay, Rondi, are we moving on to our stories? Our wild boy stories? There was this one time that I was riding through Beverly Hills on my way to the Writers Guild. They were having this big, like, strike event way back when they were striking before. I had a little, it doesn't matter, but I had like this little red BMW. I'm going through this, and I'm in the car with my friend, so I have a witness. Out of nowhere, Billy Baldwin comes running out of a house, right? And opens the back door to my back car. As I'm going, slow, it's like a slow little thing. And gets in to my back seat. Billy, and we were like, well, hello, Billy Baldwin, how are you today? And he's like, hey, I gotta get out of here. Because he probably, it's a girl that had to run, right? And I'm like, do you need a ride? Like, what random stories. Yeah, Billy Baldwin ran and jumped into the back of my car. I should do that as a TikTok. This one time when Billy Baldwin ran and just got into my car, and I was like, do you need something? And he's like, yeah, just take me. Can you just take me like up around the corner? Random. So yeah, that happened. I mean, what? But he still chose to sleep. Oh yeah, the Jason Lewis. Yeah, we had amazing times together. God bless him. We lived in Paris together. It's like I have long history with that guy, and I've seen him through many things in his life too. So I'm like, God bless him. I love him. Anyway, back to healing your trauma from being told. I don't know, all my connections are like that. Anyway, instead of exploding, I, address it with play. I come from a more centered place. And here's another one in this workbook. I visualize my sword on my back. So you in this work, I know those of you who are coming in blind, I only connected with the physical manifestation strongest. Got to be more on all avenues to hold. Yeah. Well, we had it all, We had it all. We had it all. But yeah, the one that trumped him, I can't say that word. The one that tuckered him, the one that trumped, whatever, the T word, I finally beat him. Not literally, but God, some men really want that. I finally had better. Thank God, finally. In my 50s, I finally had like way better than that. Phew. Thank you, Jesus, and all the fat cherubs in heaven. I needed that. Anywho, when all of the connections are there, yeah. Only connected with, yeah. So, hey Jay, did you just try to go live with me? I just saw your invite. I'm like, that would be weird. I need to understand how to do the live invite things. But first, we're on this. You visualize your sword on your back. That's like in the section number 4 where you're using your sword. So this concept of the sword works really well because when you are freaking out, when something has triggered you, or when you need to be reminded of like, hey, you're projecting a bunch of stuff. You're actually mad at your ex-boyfriend, not the guy that's sitting here. Or you're actually like still angry at your mama, not your girlfriend. So, remove all that. Like, that's why when you look at it, like, are you talking about your wound from your mama or your ex-girlfriend? Or are you talking about this present moment? Where are you? That's why this, especially if you know each other and you know each other's trauma, you can speak openly about it. Like, hey, I ain't your mama. Or like, hey, friend, on your same team, on your team. I'm not coming at you like this. I'm coming at you like this. Like that's why I did this tattoo on my arm. Like I present the sword. So I'm like, I'm handing you the handle, not the pointy bit. Like, I'm here to help with your trauma. So imagine if you were that way in your relationships. And you can be. I have been. I've seen it work when you come from a play position. All the positions are playful. Yes. Right? Right. That's the thing. Most people are coming into relationships wounded, And so when you can look at it like a sword and then lay it down and then let's play, right? You can have more profound times. And old memories arise, right? So when old triggers arise, especially when you're like, something happens and you're like, oh my God, that's just like whatever, dad or whatever. Good morning. Oh, playing creates neuroplasticity. Yes, it's so true. So you can, when old stuff comes up, you can be open about the conversation of like, hey, I was so revealing because I decided I'm just going to frickin' be revealed. My heart is so broken and has been broken so many times that I look at it like it's a mosaic, So it's like it's so broken that it's completely open. There's so many of them. Did you hear that? What are y'all fighting over? God. Speaking of, just got a badge. Thank you. So fabulous. Good morning, sweet. Okay, I love it. So I'm going to move so I can see your comments. I don't see your hearts. You back at your friends? Yes, I'm at Heather's because we went to a Wild Woman festival yesterday and it was so fun and awesome and so great. And everything, here's the next thing. Everything you do affects everything else, including playing. So when you look at how are you playing in the face of all of your trauma and not staying in the trauma and continually repeating it. And like that is like so hugely profound. And in this phase, the play and scheduling in playtime and actually like taking care of yourself on your time, valuing your time is a total mind meld for a workaholic like me. So I'm the one who wrote this book, okay? And I'll be totally honest that it's like a catch-22. It doesn't make any sense to me at all from a logical standpoint. You're like, wait, what'd you say? If you actually schedule in playtime and take back play, like especially those of you who had no play because we were raised by wolves, when you actually schedule in play and do something that makes you like that you're passionate about, like Jay, you and I were talking about like your photography. Like if you will schedule in, like actually spend time in your very, very, very busy day to do something actually on the schedule where it's non-negotiable, that is something that is you're passionate about, it actually makes your work in your workaholic world better. And I understand that makes no sense because I'm like, girl, you got too many things on your to-do list. You don't have time to play. Who said you could play? Like, but it's like a catch-22 when you actually put it on your list and play, and that's unplugging. That is unplugging, and whatever that is for you. Is it a climb in a tree? I hung a hammock here last night. I slept outside on a hammock. It was awesome. That for me is playtime. Dance around like a fool for an hour barefoot in the field. Total playtime for me. But it ends up making your work more profound and makes you, when you do go back to the work, it makes it go faster. I know it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to me either, but it works. So and everything you do, this is one of those lines I had. Everything you do affects everything else. Hula hoop, hell yeah, I love it. So everything you do affects everything else, even if you do nothing. So if you're doing nothing, that's affecting things. If you're coming at every single freaking relationship, and I'm sure we know people, I hope this is not you, but when you have seen people in your life, my stepsister's stepmother is the quintessential example of this. She's the evil stepmother, and she's straight up, she's a murderer. She's for real, like she actually, my sister's dad, and she's evil, and because she's so trapped in her trauma, like her literally, she's coming into the room And everything in the world is about her trauma. And she's stuck there all the way back into high school. She will get into hour-long conversations complaining about something that happened in high school, and she's in her 70s, okay? That is a perfect example of this, and you are wasting time. Wasting time. So it's like, that's why everything you do affects everything else. And value of your time versus expenses. Like, so how expensive is it and how valuable is it? So it's like, is it expensive to your psyche and to your overall well-being? Maybe it's not so valuable. You know, this work takes brutal self-honesty. Yeah, and many people who are like super wounded, I call them victim addicts. Like victim addicts, like this lady, become the abusers. Like like, and she's the perfect example. That lady is just poison. Like, she's just poison. She's been poisoned. She lives in a poison life. She poisons everyone around her. She's just the epitome of poison. And I ain't having it. Like, I will not be in her presence. I was like, and I will tell her sort of kindly to go F where she can put it. She doesn't like me very much, but she's always trying to be like my friend. And I'm like, I ain't got no time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. And I just don't even understand why my sister gives her the time of day, ever. But she has a plan, and I can't wait. She's going to totally curse her out on the court steps, and I can't wait. I want it videotaped. Anyway, side note. But she's a perfect example of living in trauma and not even addressing it. Like, so if you're walking around with this, like, so you're walking around with your trauma, that's why this concept works, to see it. Like, you're gonna, you're hurting other people, you're wasting time, you're constantly in pain, that's all you talk about. Like, well, it's like, until you remove it and then use it in different ways. So, you are not alone. Let's continue reading the workbook. You're not alone. There are many people out there who are wounded. Yeah, you've seen them every day, right? As more get better and recover, more warriors replace the victims. And that is why I do what I do, because we're mirrors for each other. And so by me doing it, just like I did with Heather, you missed that. You weren't here, Jay. I think that's important to point out. Walking to get her baggage. How can you use your sword? How can using your sword help the world around you? Here's a perfect example. I'll repeat it if you didn't hear it. You called me a victim addict, but I don't have time for that because I'm not. Nice. I actually didn't call you a victim addict. I was talking about victim addicts, and calling you out on staying in the repeated BS. And I will call BS on it when you're like, I'm not worthy, nobody likes me. I just don't have time for that in my life. I'm not spending my time listening to that shit. And I'm like, you either are not doing that anymore or go deal with that. But it's not on my time. I don't spend time doing that. You see what I mean? And I'm firmly kind. Like, 'cause I kind and I care about people. I genuinely love people and like I want to help. But ain't nobody got time for that. You see what I mean? Hi, I'm Earl. Hey, careful. His name was Earl. Hey, Earl from Columbus, Georgia. I love Georgia. So I'm going to tell a story, Jay. I like anyone who is honest and working on themselves. And sometimes that honesty is harsh, right? It's like, hey, y'all. But I think if we are, like, here's a picture. Look, everybody's got wounds. Look, everybody's got it. Everybody got some kind of wound. It just kicked me off of there. It's crazy. YouTube does not like me. I tell you. YouTube don't like me. Is it because I said I like TikTok better? Hey, YouTube, I still like TikTok better. Truth can hurt, but it's like, you know, do it. Should not be embarrassed about coming forward after assault. The attacker will be embarrassed. Shoo! Yeah, battle scars is a great way to put it. And it's like, yeah, we have scars, and it's like, okay, our scars tell a great story. You know? Tell me about your scar. How'd you get there? And also, what are you doing now? Like, everything you do affects everything else. Are you staying in it? Are you still talking about it? Still, like, repeating the trauma and still talking about, you know, it's like, oh, my God. That's why oh, thank you. They're kind of green. You like my eyes. Like, what are you doing with, that's why, like, what are you doing now? What are you doing with this sword? And also, That's amazing that you like do poetry and art and like shift from going into like talking about how you're worthless and nobody loves you and I'm going to eat worms and I'm going to share my song with you that I wrote about this too. Shifting that into like your sword becomes your paintbrush, your pen to write poetry, your guitar, your creativity, so that you're shifting that energy into something that is like bettering the world and being a mirror for somebody else. Because as you pull yours out and deal with your trauma and become like a whole human warrior instead of a victim mentality, you help somebody else. Because there's other people behind you that are looking like for help. Just like there's people, I'm way ahead of it on certain levels, and then I've watched people who are way ahead of me. I'm like, how'd you do that? Yoga? Oh God, really? I'm like, I'm gonna have to do yoga. This is how I do yoga. I'm marrying it with belly dance and gospel music. We'll see what happens. Yes, transmute your energy, unresolved emotional traumas. Yeah, it's time consuming. You know, the value versus the expense. So, how can you use your sword to help the world around you? And Jay, I was going to tell you the story since you missed it. I was at this Wild Woman Festival. It's a perfect example. And, you know, me and Heather were together. And it's a festival, so it's like it's like grassroots. You know, if anybody knows grassroots, it's like a baby grassroots was the Wild Woman Festival. And there's all bunch of stuff going on. And I'm always going to go to the dance floor. This was a grass field, but you will find me on the dance floor. And Heather needed to walk to get her bag out of her car. And in another world, sometimes like you would have walked with her to her baggage. Now, I would have walked with her if she was in a dangerous situation and I need to like watch out for her, which she was not in this situation, so she's fine. So I was like, all right, go get your bag. I'm going to take my shoes off and walk through this beautiful field and these amazing trees, and then I'll see you on the dance floor. If I see you, when I see you, meet me on the dance floor, you know? The difference is I didn't walk with her to get her baggage. Does that make sense? So it's like, that's a metaphor. It's like so many people spend time, you're wasting time, dealing with somebody else's baggage. Off topic, great wardrobe piece today. Oh, thank you. I love it. Thank you. I got this bra from my Spicy Link. I know, it's crazy. The only other person that gave me lingerie was Jason Lewis. Side note. But anyway, the point was, you're not walking with somebody else to deal with their baggage. Because is that valuable for your time? Or is that expensive for your time? It's like value versus expense. So the value of that 25, 30 minutes was way more valuable to me to go on a walk barefoot across a beautiful field instead of walking across the parking lot to get your baggage. You go deal with your baggage. I'll go deal with my baggage. I'm going to go do what I love. You go do what you love, and let's meet on the dance floor. I mean, that is literally life to me, you know? So it's like, I see so many people in the repeated trauma of, and I've been there myself, that's why I can speak on it, where you're actually spending time in your day working on somebody else's baggage. So the beautiful thing, and I'm sharing this with Jay, and I know I'm repeating myself, is that when she came back and we did meet on the dance floor a little bit later, she was like, oh my God, watching you, like say, like, she's like, that was the epitome of taking care of yourself. Like, you showed me how to take care of myself by you taking care of yourself, because I would have walked with whomever. And I was like, I know. It would have been 30 minutes too. And what you did with that 30 minutes, you could have danced, you could have written a song, you could have made a video, you could have meditated, whatever. And you go deal with your baggage, I'll go deal with my baggage, and let's meet on the dance floor. And she's like, she's like, you inspired me to be okay with being by myself. And then what she really truly loves to do and really owning it is exploring. She's an adventurer and an explorer. So she took her time after she got her bag to go explore and find she's like a rock lady. She'll find crystals and rocks, and that's that girl. She's gonna be an adventurer explorer. So she went on a solo journey to explore and ended up finding these really cool rocks, and she's that lady. And she was like, that watching you take care of yourself and your time inspired me to do the same. And I was like, high five. That is what, high five, high five, high five, high five. Like, that is so where it's at. And thank you, Kitty. Like, that is so, oh my God. Heather has so many crystals. Okay, listen. Heather can go into the woods, and she's got those eyeballs and the sense. Like, she's got the touchy sense. She's going to find some amazing crystal that you're like, I thought that was just a rock. And, you know, she's incredible about that. She's uncovered in Pennsylvania the like old rock formations where that was put in from the indigenous people, where they did stone. Like, if you look at it from an aerial view, it's snakes leading to creeks with, like, then they're made with, like, their tongues coming out pointing to the water. I mean, she's discovered all this and then contacted the indigenous people so that they are the ones that, you know, share it, because she doesn't have to share their blood. And just cool. She's cool chick. Amazing. She's well, I don't know if I tell that openly where she's at. That's tricky, but I can admit she's sort of near Wilkes-Barre ish. I found a dark amethyst recently, just like crazy. Like, rocks talk to me too. I'm reading what you said. Rocks don't talk to me, y'all. Dancing talks to me, like hammocks and trees, like, so everybody's different. But the point was that by me taking care of myself and my time and valuing my time and not getting into that crazy, like, well, are they going to be upset? Are they going to be upset that I didn't spend all my time on their baggage? Well, note to self, I don't give a fuck if you're upset, honestly. It's like, sorry about you. If you're upset, that's your own stuff. You know what I mean? It's like, I'll meet you on the dance floor. Deal with your baggage. See you later. Like, and that's a profound place to step into, right? And you do, you can piss each other off or upset people or make, you know, and it's, who cares? Who cares? Right? It's like, who cares? That's wanting to be the center of attention, codependency, trauma. Yeah. Yeah. And it's like, even the codependency word, I think it's like, when you actually love somebody, I would hope you're codependent, you know? It's like, that's a whole other, we can dissect words all day long, but I personally love the being super there for somebody while being fully present for yourself. And so that's like there needs to be a different word than codependency. It's like, I'm here for you, you know? Like, that's, nature has deep spiritual vibrations. Oh yeah, no shit. Like, and she finds it. Like, she's very talented. So, use your worry workbook. I help the world by, instead of depleting it, you help the world by, and by being healthy, you inspire others. And then it gives places for you to write this down. And I live joyfully. How are you bringing joy in your life every day? How do you do it? Do you take your shoes off and walk across a field of grass? Like, I mean, that's what I did. Do you, you know, and how did I go? 107. Okay. So that says today was pages 104 to 107. And by the way, just so you know, on these workbooks, I really recommend that when you do this work and you actually go, like, if you can get it on Amazon, it's actually printed, or you can get them for the PDF, or you can just watch these videos and actually write it down. I am a writer. I've written many books. I've written many screenplays, been paid for it. You know, I get hired to do stuff like that. I intentionally wrote this whole workbook in the hero's journey. The Joseph Campbell's, like, that's the framework that most screenplays are written in, is the hero's journey. And I wrote this in the hero's journey so that you, when you fill it out and you actually write it out and you write out the answers yourself, you will have the first draft of your book. Yeah, you're welcome. That's a whole thing I do. I also have a book writing group in my private network, the Rockstar Reformers, that the first Tuesday of every month we go over, like, wherever we are on each of our books. I have 4 books that I'm working on. So, and you know, where are you at? Are you at the outline phase, or are you at the marketing phase? Are you going to go to distributor, or are you going to do it independently? Like, so we cover all things books. So just so you know, I have that. And I'm also completely like organizing and putting together my own websites and stuff. So listen, aren't we all kind of a hot mess? I mean, I'm getting it together. I just need me some milk, meat, and men, and I'll be fine. I'm going to read your comments. I'm coming from healing from addiction, alcoholism, narcissism, and us codependent enablers. I can't wait for you to get some regenerate, is what I can say. I could listen to you all day long. Hey, Sebastian, you're awesome. And you live barefoot. Me too. Me too, gal. Me too. You know what, one of my husbands, that's funny, Shelton. My first, actually, who doesn't really count, because I was like, that's going to be about 3 years. I only have been married technically once that I actually took it seriously. I mean, this is a comedy show. So one of my ex-husbands, his complaint with me, we went to one of those little relationship seminar things, and you had to be really honest about, like, what do you not like about somebody? His complaint with me was she always has dirty feet. Still. Always has dirty feet, and she doesn't read the New York Times. I still have dirty feet, and I still do not read the New York Times. Don't know why you would. Anyway, new to this page, and I want to thank you and the universe for finding me this morning. Yay! Thank you, universe, for putting me here. Honestly, if you've landed on me, what's your name? I'm just kidding. If you've landed on me, I invite you to look at where you're beating yourself up and repeating what your abuser did to you. Because usually it's that. And when you come onto me, not that way, it's not this, that. You come onto me and you make a commitment, you stop. So that's, if you're new and you're like, oh my God, why was I brought to you? If you have any self-abuse or self-hatred, that is why. And I'm the one that's going to be like, yep, it stops today. You ready? You ready to make a commitment? Like, that's my thing. Like, it stops, and I'm super giving, and I love people. Yay! And I just like goosies, right? And but I will call you out, and I will be a drill sergeant. And number one, stop doing to yourself what the abuser or perp or whatever it was for you did to you. And that is easier done than said. Easier done than said, because you can take that and go talk about it all day long to some therapist and spend 25 years laying on the sofa talking about it, or you can just do it. Like, just whatever you're doing in your life that is any way harmful, how is it repeating what was done to you? And if it's repeating what was done to you, which it is, you have to stop. You're welcome. It's hard, but then when I've made these commitments all around the country, that if you want to do it, if you want to beat yourself up or treat yourself like crap or self-mutilate, call me up and I'll do it too. And you're not going to do that because you're like, I don't want you to do that. I'm like, I know, same. I don't want you to do it either. So we have made a commitment now to stop. And so think about it. Do you want somebody else to do it to themselves? No. So you can't do it to yourself. Tricked ya. And tricked ya. So so that's usually why you've come into me. Including the men on my spicy link. That's them too, actually. Like, I'm about to reveal all that. I have a book that's coming out that is so hot, and you're welcome. I took all the pictures myself. Yeah. I'm about to take more here too. Yep. Mm-hmm. And it all has intention. It takes conscious work each moment. I did it myself. It took years. Yeah. Or, I mean, it does take years and it doesn't. You know what I mean? Like, I'm into like aha moments that go fast. Like, faster, funnier, and more fun, because in the face of the fear. Because if you haven't noticed, y'all, I hope I'm not giving you any information that you don't already know, but if I need to remind you that the world that we live in is very much controlled and perped on by a system of organized perpetrators. There really is a they. When you say like what they are doing, they are poisoning us, and they have for a very, very, very long time. And this was intentional and systematic for many, many generations. And it, you can just, it's not a conspiracy theory, it's a system analysis. Okay. Hey, Jerome. And when you deep dive it and start looking at the real truth, there is no such thing as us battling together on the red and the blue and who's red and who's blue. It's, you go above that. That is an intentional, set in motion battle for us to stay in, so that you don't pay attention to who's actually running things. And when you actually do deep dive, I mean, you can go look at the World Economic Forum, and you're going to find perps, okay? And then you look at their families, and you're going to find the other perps, and then you're going to be like, wait, what'd you say? Like, it has infiltrated, and it has poisoned all of our systems, and on many, many levels. And this was my science fair project when I was 12. I did it about our food and what's put into our food that poisons us. And then you go to the doctor because you're sick, and then the doctor puts you on a series of meds that you start with one, and then by the time you die, you're on 24 pills. The same people who give you the cure are the same people who poisoned you. And that it applies to a lot of things in the media. And as soon as you start like really looking at things with a wider lens, especially like whatever anybody's really adamant about on either side, this is why I'm not a part of any political party, is because on either side they're saying the same exact sentence. It's just set in motion to battle each other and not pay attention to put it plainly. And just one example, on the island, there is no color. They all work together. They're all, just like you go deeper and you look further, it's about 13, 14 families, and they have like 4 different companies that they hide in, and they've infiltrated all systems. And when you start seeing that, and then you deep dive that, you are going to run into human, and this is a caste system. It's like keeping us as poisoned peasants so that we don't do anything. And I'm here to tell you, there are more of us than there are of them. There are more of us than there are of them. That's why they don't want things like TikTok, for us to find each other. And so my job in this new world of ours that we need to create, I held up my hand and I'm like, listen, the sword, I'll be funny. I held up my hand. I'll be funny and fun in the face of this horrible, horrible fear, and inspire you to look at all the trauma that you went through, right? So all the perps that they've perped on us is like getting pierced with a sword. So you're on your island, I'm on my island, and we're like, whoop, right? Notifying you, okay? So you're pierced, I'm pierced, on your island, I'm on my island, and we like, oh my God, we have to remove this, which is all anger and tears. That's it. This is why I've been doing this every day for August. It's anger and tears. It's not that scary. And when you look at trauma like a sword, it has an end point. It's not going to be a clown car. You're not going to get mad for the rest of your life. You're not going to become a Tasmanian spinning devil, just like you're not going to cry yourself an ocean. When you look at it like a sword, right? So you like remove the first like anger and tears, then you heal the wound, and then you have it. And when you just work on your own healing, you just work on your own island and your own healing, that is what you need to do. That's what all of us need to do. That's what I'm doing. And then we're mirrors for each other. And don't think about the beast. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about the perps. Because what we've been doing it for so many years, and it's not been working. Like all of our ancestors before us, all the holding signs. And yeah, you might be fighting for whatever bill of the moment, and it is a complete distraction. What you really need to do is this up here. These are the ones that are controlling things. And there's more of us than there are of them. And we just have to wake up, and actually heal our lives and stop taking their poison. Stop taking their poison in your mouth and your brain, and wake up, become like the new world, hey, and inspire each other. And then there's more of us than there are of them. And honestly, to cut them out is about your pocketbook. Yeah, it's like where you're spending your money, and we come together. That's on my other site, Heather. I am just on fire today. It's because there's so many cats. Oh, there's another one. There's another one. It's a kitten. Like literally, there's so many cats here. It's unbelievable. So it's, yes, we're all one consciousness, one, and also them, there really is a they, have been taking God out of everything. They take God out of everything, which is the one connection that we have, and they take and they thwart and they demonize holistic healing. And there's actually a map. Does she spay the cat? She does, Jay. She does. Listen, I really like Heather. She's awesome. But there's too many pussies. I slept outside. This is where I slept. I slept on the hammock. That's where I was. I'm right there. That's where I slept. I was like, hey, you wonder why you're single? That's because you got 11 cats. I speak for all the men. Isn't it? This is so amazing, isn't it? That's why I came. Did they snuggle with you? God, no. No. I was waiting for the bear. I'm a dog person. I love cats. They're great, but I mean, 11 of them, I get allergic. I'm like, whew, can't breathe. Look at you looking at me. I see you. Listen, jeez. They're inside and outside. They're all around. There's pussies everywhere. Here. There's one staring at me there. There's one staring at me there. And there's probably one back here. Good Lord. Why do the other side? I know that you use it to get people off corn, but is there another reason? About my only, yeah, I love me some men, and I'm a big service worker, and I especially love veterans. I love veterans and also servicemen who are stuck with no comfort and no connection. I'm happily that person for them. And men who don't have a safe place to share what they are truly thinking about and going through sexually. And I am definitely that person because I don't have any judgment. And so I've heard it, y'all. And I don't have any judgment. And I'm from the cross-dressing to the PEG stuff and to like their deep desires, fantasies, fears. And I'm an open book, and I talk about like where it comes from. And then I'm able to talk to the women on what the men need, because the women are telling me their deepest, darkest secrets, and the men are telling me their deepest, darkest secrets. And I was like, y'all, listen, y'all aren't talking to each other. Let me come out and just say some things right in the open. And I believe that, and I've seen it firsthand, when we practice and share ways that you can have spiritually connected sexuals and heal all that stuff and be super present with each other, and you teach that stuff in church, then we will eradicate what's happening in the basements. Then you band together and you attack them. Yeah. I mean, it's really actually simple. It's just we're told that it's not simple. And when you have a system of perps that are systematically brainwashing and poisoning people's minds and their mouths, it's very hard to get through. It can be very hard because you're dealing with poisoned people. And so when you're dealing with somebody who is so adamantly promoting and protecting their own executioner, you're like, you do realize you're doing that? No, they don't. They don't realize they're doing it. And that's also, it goes back to like the hard pill to swallow that the abuser is daddy. So it's like, it's mama. It's like, oh God, we can't swallow that pill. Well, it's a bunch of organized perpetrators, dude. And it's women and men. And like Jesus says it too. My friend Sean, he'll point out that he's like, when you start addressing, oh, it's the patriarchy. It's like, well, the queen was actually in control for the past however many century almost. And that was 56 countries. And it goes even beyond that. That whole, they want us separated from men. They want to take the men away from us so we have no protection. They want to devalue men, and they want to erase women. If you just go look at And that is intentional. This is all part of the plan, and they've done everything. They've gone through their list of their intentions, and now we're in the ramifications of it. And we either wake up and do something about it and take care of that shit, or you're in it. You now live in it, and you live in a poison world, and it's coming from up here, not colors. It's like Jesus. I see a lot of women get criticized for having. Yeah, well, it's like the World Economic Forum. If you just look them up, their intention now, the latest, is to call women humans with bonus holes. And you're just like, oh my God, please, people, like, please. Like, please. Yes, it's not a secret. And just like you can look up on the CIA website, Jesus mentions this too, that just look up on the CIA for Operation Mockingbird. And they tell you right there. They tell you openly how they've infiltrated media, and they use it to intentionally promote propaganda. And now, even they're all together, all the big media. It's not about one side. I love, like, some people, God bless them, will say, like, well, MSNBC is better than Fox, and it's like, it's all part of the same problem. It's not. I don't believe in conspiracy theories. It's like, well, conspiracy theory, the actual term, was created to... I wouldn't subscribe to one. You wouldn't subscribe to... Oh, are you talking about my spicy link again? I don't want you in there, Jerome. Listen, you don't need to be in there. That's not for you. What are you talking about, cuckoo? Hi, Anthony. Are you cuckoo? My children feel pressure from religion at Jewish teens and biracial. They are questioned. Wow, I have to cook and clean and smile. Annie, we all have to cook and clean and smile. Wow. Annie needs a ride to get out of the house. Like, you just need somebody to pull up at the house and you go run. Just leave everything. Leave it all, girl. If you want out, you need to get out. So it's like jump, jump, jump. And where was I? What are you talking about? No, Anthony, it's not cuckoo. Just like go look it up. Even the term conspiracy theory was created by the FBI as a term so that so anybody actually looking into things would be like, oh no, that is cuckoo, right? And it's, the stuff I share with the organized perps, it's not a conspiracy theory. It's system analysis. Just look it up. It's like my science fair project when I was 12. And picture me, and I know I repeat myself, but it is so relevant and important to know this stuff, is the stuff that's put into the food that poisons you and makes you sick for the rest of your life. Just look at the colors. That's number one. Stay away from colors. Red, yellow, blue. And they create issues for everything from many, many things. ADHD, back in the time it was called hyperactivity, impotence, cancers, birth defects, all kinds. So that's in your food, and you're just eating it, not even knowing. Then you go to the doctor, and you're like, I'm sick. I have this issue. Then they put you on meds, and then you're going to have one, and then you're going to have 24 by the time you die. And you need to take that for the rest of your life. And don't get in the sun, which is healing. And don't do all this other stuff, which is healing, because that's bad. And definitely don't talk about God, because that's bad too. And that's all intentional. And then you see, my science fair project showed that the people that are giving you the cure are the same people who poisoned you. And so they want you to stay in the box. I kind of looked like Wednesday Addams. I was like, as a youngin', I was like Wednesday Addams meets olive oil. So if you could picture that. I even have detention slips with the name olive oil on it. Because I was just speaking truth even when I was a little kid. Actually, one of the worst beatings I ever got was at church. One, I was drawing a heart in my Bible that said, I love you. And I got beaten for it. Go figure. I mean, seriously. Thank you, Presley. And for pointing that out. You got people looking at you and hearting you. I love it. I love it. And then there was the preacher at my grandma's church who was up there saying, you have to go through me. You can only way to God is to go through me right here, right now. That whole stuff. And I, 8 years old, stood up on the pew. Can you picture it? I put my hand on my hip, like it's the Shelton style, like all the Sheltons do. And I cocked it to one side and I go, nah. And I got a terrible beating for that. Yep, I did. But you know what? It goes back to what I was saying earlier. Value versus expense. The expense of that beating was totally worth the value of what I did. I gotta tell you. Nuh-uh! Like, so I think on many levels, including what you're being poisoned with in your mouth and your brain, you just start saying, nuh-uh! Never cut up in church. Yeah, I know, seriously. You got beat. How about tell the truth in church? How about that? I actually got a book deal when I was invited to speak at a church in Des Moines, Iowa, and I was like, "Are you sure you want me to speak? Because I'm going to be talking about some sexamicals that is like spiritually connected sexamicals," and the preacher was like, and it was great, and I did this speech, and it was all about having more profound connections with God in the bedroom, holy bedrooms. And I got a book deal. There was somebody in the audience that was worked at Meredith Publishing, and she was like, that sounds like an amazing book. Do you have a book? I was like, I do have a book. And that's this one, Finding Angela Shelton. That's what they did. And I gently talked about spirituality in this. I have a much deeper one. I like it deeper. Coming out next, that's like super also erotic. So, oh, thank you. I love the outfit too. This is super great. It's Flying Tomato. That's the brand. And they do like limited edition stuff. Yeah, check it out. Flying Tomato. They do cool stuff. And got called to the parking lot. Oops. Yeah, I feel you. So, where was I? Spicy spiritual. Yeah, that's pretty much what you would sum me up as. I'm like a Joyce Myers, naked and hot. How do you sum Angela Shelton up? She's like a sexy preacher. Yeah, she's like a sexy preacher. Just wait, you haven't seen nothing yet. Like, you haven't seen nothing. I'm like just feeling my way of where I can, how far I can go, how far I can push the envelope here, how far I can go here, how far I can go here, how far I can go here, and continually having these aware conversations. And that is also why I have a spicy link, because it works. And so I'm taking the stuff I've done on there and putting it into a book. And then I have a whole course I'm putting together for people in church, because in many of the churches, I won't be invited. So in order to get around that, especially Catholic churches, they're going to be like, oh, hell no. Oh, no. Meanwhile, I have Catholic movies. God. Y'all should see my boxing movie. That's very much a Catholic. I mean, the main lead of the movie, what the movie is really about, is about a super Christian Catholic guy who has come to Jesus. Yep, that's what that movie's about. It's not a boxing movie. Oops. Just like my golf comedy it makes you cry. You're like, I thought you said it was a comedy. Why am I crying? I'm like, I know. Not sorry. Just to be careful of, someone shot Larry Flint for mixing the two. Oh God, seriously. You know, Charlie, this is why I like men. This is why I surround myself with good men. And also I like men with armed men. I've had those threats, you know, I've had those, and it's like that. It's like, what are you going to do? Live in a cave because people have threatened you? You know what I mean? And it's like, yeah. It's so funny. I've seen the nastiest stuff in the churches too. And so it's like, whenever you get that, like some people that are so angry that you've brought up God and the sexamicals, how could you? Oh, we don't do that. We don't do that here. We never talk about that. We don't even mention that ever. Well, I'll tell you, I've been to every state, literally in the country. I've been to every state. I've traveled the whole world, but I've definitely been to every United States. And I've been down every highway, not state roads. That's a much bigger pill to swallow. But I've been down every actual highway. And I know people, and I know this country, and I've been to many, many, many neighborhoods, and I've talked to many, 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 many people. And let me tell you something. In the neighborhoods that are like, oh, we're super religious here. We don't do those things. We're really offended by you talking. That is where the worst abuse is happening. In those like, oh no. And let me tell you something. Who you can trust are the outlaws. The outlaws and the rebels. Those are the ones. Put their cards in your pocket. Like those are the ones that get in. The ones that are like, oh, we don't. They're nasty outlaws. I'm like, they're gonna save your butt. Is what they're gonna do. And this buttoned up, polite, perfect is honestly, I've heard and witnessed the worst stuff happening. Like covered up in the basements, you're like, oh my God, it's terrifying. Do you feel me? Never have you been I have been to Alaska. Yes, I have. I've been to every state. Never have you ever Alaskan. Alaska's beautiful. Not my state highway. I've definitely been. Oh no, not your state highway. Yeah, Harmony. I was just wondering if Amazon pulled up that day with their shiny the buns. Pamela. No, she didn't get a delivery, but her neighbor. But it's facing the different direction. Like so, our fannies were facing this way. Oh, it's so true. Virginia is for lovers. Virginia is amazing. Virginia is such a beautiful, and they have some of the best rest stops I've ever been to. Pamela's paying attention. You definitely seem well traveled and cultured. I'm definitely an outlaw. I cuss tattoos will shoot. Nice. I got me one. I'm gonna work on a sleeve. I got two actually. I'm starting the sleeve. So I love it. Rhode Island. I love it. I've been there. Yeah. So having been there and talked about oh my God, she's bringing out outfits to put me in.
This is what it looks like up here.
Y'all.
Is that hot or what?
Here, let me see. Let me show. This is what we're doing. What are you doing?
And see the back of it, how
this
perfect
is.
it
This is what she's going to put Angela Shelton in and take pictures. I mean, what? Wow. What are y'all doing today?
That's Marie Antoinette. The history is in our area. We have the where she was supposed to come, but she got beheaded before she made it here.
You know, this is where like, wow, that's hot. I'll be putting that on.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I gotta go, y'all. I'm gonna go put that on. That's I have no idea where she found this thing. She's got so many things, and also she's got the same shoe size as me, and she has a whip.
You want this?
Yeah. Okay. And she's got the sexy whatever, the boots that go up to here and a whip. I'm like, and meanwhile the most common thing I've been asked, like the most requested thing I have received is from men wanting me to be a DOM. And I'm like, I could do a video with a whip and give you a real lecture about paying attention to these perpetrators, not the fight that they're trying to get us to fight against each other. I mean, seriously. Yeah, I sent a wave to get your JM up in your messages. I'll text you. Nice. Wild. You like that, Jay? Now that I can put on my just the picture. Let's do that. Gotta go. Just kidding. There's good money. No, just kidding. Not good money in being Marie Antoinette before she was beheaded.
Yeah.
As we're talking about like being threatened and stuff by speaking about this stuff. It's so dumb. It really is so dumb. Especially, I mean, I've already had that. So I'm like, I'm aware of that, but I'm not afraid of that, if that makes sense. I'm afraid of it, yes, because there are organized perps. And they are nutballer crazy. Like, they are crazy. You want to see Heather? She looks so cute. Look at her. Here she goes. Hold on. I'm gonna switch. Oh, here, I'll switch around. Hold on. I gotta switch flip your camera. There you go. Look at her. Hey.
Howdy.
Hey.
Hey.
How many cats do you have?
Hola.
Oh, God.
11. Yeah. But they're
But, I mean,
they're
I
all
mean.
the rejects. Nobody wanted them. You know, half a tail, like right there. You know, one eye.
Oh,
Nobody
God.
wanted
So
these
you're
cats,
that
so
woman. You're picking up the strays.
what am I going to do? I can get
Leave 'em?
homes for the rest of them, but
Oh, God bless you.
nobody will take these.
I can see why. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
The neighbor calls her Chopper. Here comes One Eye. There's One-Eyed Rose.
Oh, God. You're one-eyed, one-winged.
Mm-hmm.
Look at her.
And then
9 cats. The cat lady is always
I
alone.
don't know if you see
Remember, I mean,
all the holes in the siding here.
what?
I shot a rabid raccoon. I had to go for rabies shots. He was up on the porch.
This is a woman who like shoots. She does dart throwing. She has a unicycle down in the like me. Yeah, she shoots stuff.
I don't think
Look,
I
she
can
throws
keep up.
knives, y'all.
But it's fun. It's interesting.
And
to
she's
learn
like,
it.
she's a good girl too. You're such a good girl. How you like? Look at it. She made me some this, and I was like, wait, I'm so sorry that your husband tried to kill you because you are just a real catch.
Yeah.
If you didn't have all these pussies around. I'm just kidding.
I did do a video of it. You know how I wake up with all this pussy.
Can't say that word.
Oh,
I did it first.
but
I'm
it's
sorry.
about cats. It's about cats. Right?
It's always about cats.
Always.
And Pamela, she doesn't have 9. She has 11.
Yeah.
11.
But they'll have a home until they die. You know, they come and go.
God bless
They get hit
you.
on the road. They.
I feel that way about the men. Y'all have a home until you're dead. Like, I
Yeah.
love you. Good God.
Yeah.
I understand. I understand, y'all. She made me this amazing concoction. Y'all, it was like, it's honey
Oh.
and cayenne and lemon. And it's like
mother's apple cider vinegar.
apple cider vinegar. It's like
You
one of
gotta
those.
stir it.
Woo, 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 woo. Good thing I learned belly dancing. Whoa.
You were a phenomenal belly dancer.
I was a phenomenal belly dancer, y'all. But yeah, she's making these little tinctures. And, you know, meanwhile, husband tries to kill her. I mean, seriously. What the hell? What the hell, y'all? Why can't you appreciate good things? Yeah, and tell her she's going to have another visitor with an... Meanwhile, good thing I turned around and she took her pants off.
Well, I didn't put on underwear, so I thought I better put them on. There.
I mean, if this was all like... I mean, this was all... And then we slept outside in hammocks. We're wild women. Ain't got no underwear. There's
I do
11...
now.
She just put her underwear on. She covered up.
I figured I'd be sitting facing you.
I'm like, what? Whoa.
You should be sunning your perineum.
I'm going to sun my butt right now. Oh, God. And I want to do some regenerate again. See y'all fun, though. Oh, my God. Pretty wild women, and they don't regret it. No, I don't. I only have one regret, really. The guy Nigel in London with the purple thing that went to the side. Why? I mean, why? Why spend the time? Value versus expense. Why did I do that? Because I already said I would, and I felt bad.
Did he pay you?
Did he pay you? No, he didn't pay me. Oh my God. That's like, I wrote a song the other day going, whores get paid. Like, you did so many things in your life. You're such a whore. I'm like, need I remind you? Whores get paid. No, I wasn't paid. I did it out of the kindness of my heart. I did it because I said I would. And then you get there and it's purple and it goes to the side and it's weird. It doesn't even fit the body, Nigel.
It goes to the side, so is it big?
Some of them can go to the side whether they're big or not. But it was abnormally purple. It was like a, you know, I don't know.
Was his lips purple?
No.
Because I think the color of the top is the same color as your lips. As their lips, right?
Oh my God. Yes! Lena, she just put eggplant. Literally. That's exactly it. Yeah, it was the color of an eggplant.
Yeah.
When she tells too much. You can only talk, you have to talk in code on the TikToker. You have to talk in code. Your whisker biscuit? What in the what in the hell? Like, do you have any regrets in the bedroom department? His name was Nigel. Pretty thing too, male model. You know,
And it was purple.
I did sleep with a lot of male models.
I wonder what made it
As
purple.
sleep. Hey, you want to hear my story about Warren Beatty? That's a good one. I should record these ones that like. So Warren Beatty tried to pick me up when I was 15 at a restaurant. Like as I was with a photographer, I was modeling, and they were. He introduced me to Warren Beatty. I didn't even know who Warren Beatty was. Honestly, I was 15 years old. I hadn't seen any of his movies, and then.
You want a recorder? I have a recorder.
Oh, you're fine. I can tell it later. I can also grab this from the. So. Next time, if somebody asks you if you have any regrets, tell them yes, eggplant. An eggplant named Nigel. Oh God. So, anyway, this photographer introduces me to Warren Beatty, and I didn't know who he was. And then I got my lecture of like I needed to research, and so he gave me a movie list. So I ended up watching all Warren Beatty's movies. There's some great ones, and Warren Beatty is notorious, you know, for trying to, you know, do everybody in Hollywood. Annette Bening got that as a prize. And cut 2 years later, I was 27. I was 27, I believe. And I was going to the Academy Awards and the Oscars and the Golden Globes. And Diane von Furstenberg had a big, huge party. So I'm at her party. And there's celebrities everywhere. Like I got to hang out with Quincy Jones. That was freaking amazing. And here comes Warren Beatty and Annette Bening. And me, have you met me? I have a mouth that's like, I'm a Sagittarius. I just like, and I go, and he's like, oh, hello. And I was like, Warren Beatty, you tried to sleep with me when I was 15. And he looked me up and down and he goes, sleep? Oh my God. Sleep. So that's why I'm like, when anybody ever says, hey, did y'all sleep together? And I go, sleep? Ain't nobody sleeping. Especially if you're 25 and I'm 50, you're definitely not sleeping. We're staying in, we're doing a 7 hour. We're going 7 hours, y'all. Yeah, that's my Warren Beatty story. Sleep. And also, Harvey Keitel. Okay, Harvey Keitel. Did you ever see, what's the movie that's like super dirty that Harvey Keitel was in? He plays a dirty cop. And you know what I'm talking about? The Bad Lieutenant. The Bad Lieutenant. So he was at the Golden Globes. And I met him when Tumbleweeds was in the Golden Globes, and Janet McTeer won. And also Kimmy Brown, who played me. That movie, by the way, is about me and my mom. Tumbleweeds is a true story about me and my mom. That was my first screenplay that I wrote. My entrance into Hollywood, right? Yeah, like 45 to 65-year-olds can't hang with a young lady. It's more like the young men get tired. That's why I think I need 5. I need 5 like on rotation. I'm toying with this idea. Like, why do I have to have 1? Why just 1? He's tired. And then the other one's working. Where's, seriously. These are ideas. You better read my comment above. Oh, I better. Okay. Oh, thank you. You look good. Thank you, Ethan. So where was I about looking good? What was I talking about? Oh, Harvey Keitel. So Harvey Keitel at the Golden Globes, okay? So I met him, and I was like, oh my God, Harvey Keitel. I love you in that movie, Bad Lieutenant. That was like such a hot scene. This is what I say out of my mouth. Like Angela has no filter. No filter. I love that scene when you're at the door. Like he pulled these girls over as a bad cop, and then he did some things in the window, and I was like, that was hot. And he looks at me and he was like, really? And then the whole entire award ceremony, whether I went to the bathroom, whether I got up to pee, when I ate, Harvey Keitel was in my eyeline the entire evening. That was my experience with Harvey Keitel. I'd turn around and he'd be standing there. I'd look this way. And how did he get there? I don't know how he was always in my eyeline. Like it became like a Harvey Keitel, like where's Waldo? Right in front of your face. There's Harvey Keitel. He's like, hello. Oh my God. So funny. You is coming to Tennessee once a month? Oh yeah, no. Jerome, listen. You need to read. If you really are interested in me that way, y'all, if you like Jerome, God bless you. I have a blog post on my website called Dating Angela Shelton, or Dating, or How to Date Me. You can't. Like, good luck. It's not going to happen. There's so many things that I have already. I like country boys who drive motocross motorbikes. That's my number one. If you're on a motocross motorbike with that outfit and the helmet, I am literally drool fest. I can't look away. It's my like, oh. You add a Harley to that, and long hair. Oh God, long hair country boys. Like, I mean, and if you add a beach, like if it's a southern, like if it's a surfer boy who's also like, forget it. I can't. I'm like, it's just like. And then if you get all of these things, like you've had all these things that I totally love, including hammock camping, and then you got to call my sister. Like, because I'm not dating anybody ever again unless they go through my sister. Like, you have to talk to her, and if you can get past her, then I mean, we might should just get married. Just kidding. Unless that's not true. Oh my God, I have to show you someone I knew. He doesn't remember me. Oh, motocross, country boy, hammocks. You have me already. So I'm like, tell me more. They're like 6'1". Oh God, like, huh. Yeah, there's one. It's like, you know how you can say to people, oh, that doesn't exist. You're daydreaming. You can't have what you want. And I was like, bullshit. I've met it. I know where it lives. I know where another one lives. I know where that one lives. I'm like, no, it is there. It's there. It exists. And you add a diesel truck. Oh my God. The sound of diesel makes me, like, drives me crazy wild. I'm a redneck, y'all. I'm a mountain girl. It's literally. He was born in 1979. Oh my God. My last boyfriend, who wasn't really my boyfriend, I think he was born in 1998 or something. Oh God. Forget the age thing. It doesn't have to be, but it's like, what you go with what you love. Like, I mean, I know what I like, and it's like, well, you can't have that. They're never going to be committed. Bullshit. There's one who's just a hot little number that just hit me up just this week, and he's like, I've known him for quite a while, and he was like, I love you so much. I will be totally committed to you. And it's like, yes, you can have what you want. Yes, you can. Mm-hmm. So Jerome, I love you. I'd love to meet your birds. It's great. But I mean, are you a countryman who has motorcycles, like motocross, who's going to go hammock camping in a diesel truck and go mudding? Like the best times I ever had in my life are with this country guy. And he beat Jason Lewis too. He showed me what was out there in the world. So God bless him. What kind of, seriously, Jerome, like, let's see, I can be a dating site. Jerome is awesome. Handsome, great, you got it all. He's even got birds. He lives in Tennessee. For me, it's also proximity. Are you 20 minutes from my house? No. Like, I love this guy on here. He's manifesting mine. His name's Michael. I live in an RV. It can roll. Yeah, I mean, I love it. God bless everybody. I'm about to take some hot. You know when you sip a cayenne. Oh my God.
Can I get you something else?
She's like, can I get you something else? Woo! I was like, there's just so much pollen in there and like people. But she's like, here, let me make you this mixture of like for your sniffles. Boy, oh boy. Yeah. Woo! I'm like,
it's like a flu bomb recipe.
It's a bomb recipe, that's for sure.
That label's still on it.
That's like, it's a perfect label with the little, it's like cayenne. Okay. Better health than it is rough, yo, Jay. See, Jay, listen, Jerome, not to be, Jay could get me to go to Texas. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen. So, you know, you have a type. Think that you have something that will make me go, yeah. So, you should never be afraid to face rejection. See, I love it. See, you don't know who you're going to meet through me. That's the thing. That's also why I was working on having my app be a dating app. It's especially people who've met through me. So many people who've met through me end up hooking up, getting married, having like life-changing experiences. Because if you've come through me, there's already healing involved, and you've already dealt, you've probably dealt with some stuff or are available to deal with some stuff on a better, more profound level, and you should meet each other. And I have this app that the reason I got that app was to intentionally make a dating app. Oh my God. But I recently realized it doesn't have that capability in the back. So I'm gonna do something different with that app, and I'm gonna build a dating app. Because why not? Because I got kicked off of Tinder 4 times. Why, Angela? Why did you get kicked off of Tinder 4 times? You dirty little whore. Cut to my song. I ain't no whore, because whores get paid. Right? Rejection is divine protection. Yes! You've been protected, Jerome. It's with love. It is with love. Macaws are big. How is it possible to get kicked off of Tinder? Mike, I'll tell you what happened. There was this one time. 2 different reasons. One, I got called out or like blocked because they thought I was a fake account. They think I'm stealing Angela Shelton's pictures to be on there. And it's like, it is me. Superheroes are wanted. I mean, stop judging, y'all. And so, yeah. So that happened because they think that I'm a bot or fake or something. And then it's like, man. And then the other one is I do have a spicy link. And when somebody asks, hey, what do you do for, what are you doing out in the world? And if I shared the link, they could report me. There go the pussies running.
Hey, monkey. His tail's open.
Could you please teach me how to be a woman like you? Yes, I can. Deal with your shit. So your trauma, whatever you went through is like this. It's like, is getting pierced with a sword of trauma. Hold on. Yeah. Nice. Hot. So whatever you went through is like getting pierced with a sword of trauma, right? And you can live like that, whether it's your daddy or your mama or your uncle that diddled you or whoever messed with your head or said that one thing that you kept in your head and you keep beating yourself up because of it, okay? Then you deal with that, and then you remove it, which is tears and anger. It's real easy. It's easier than you think. Then you heal the wound, and then you have it. So what are you doing in your life that is creative? Tina Fey vibes, nice, thank you. I love it. My dream would be to host Saturday Night Live at least once. My dream is to host Saturday Night Live twice. That's the real dream. But truth be told, if I went on Saturday Night Live and I spoke with Angela, I probably am not going to get invited back. Because it's live. You know what I'm saying? I'm probably going to say my quintessential line that I say at all events. And then they're going to be like, she said that? I'm like, yeah, she said that. Yeah, I know. Anyway, so you can be like me, and you realize that your true purpose, what's your name? Smiles Sarah. Your true purpose in life and why you're here is more important than your pain. You're welcome. Be a sponge, take note, try everything new, do it, try. Well, that's why I have a spicy link, Ked. I did try everything. Just kidding, not. Oh, God. And I am so excited about the guys that are helping me put together my book. Could you imagine, Heather? The guys that are helping me put together my book with all the pictures, they're like,
oh. They're checking themselves. Doing some comparison.
It's awesome. I was talking to Sarah Smiles. I love it. Yes, it's so true. You and Will Ferrell. Oh, yeah, Will Ferrell. I used to be like totally down for Jim Carrey until I saw that he was on Maui with
Dana Carvey.
Dana Carvey. That's funny. Is that the one who was friends with oh God, God, I'm blanking. My brain is blank. The heavy guy who was like, the van down by the river. From Saturday Night Live. He's a heavy guy. He's dead. Chris Farley. Chris Farley. And his best friend was Dana Carvey, right? No, it's not. No, that was
from
Beavis and Butt. No, Wayne's World.
Yes.
Wayne's World. Who is Chris Farley's best friend? Who's still alive? Little guy, little brown, little blonde dude.
Yeah. Oh, is it blonde dude?
Yeah, Chris Farley's. No, Mike Myers. That's funny. David Snade. I think you're right, Cheryl. They Mike Myers and Dana Carvey were Wayne's World. Chris Farley and the other dude, David Spade. I think you're right. Yeah, we're best friends.
Get
down. I went dancing with them one night. I got so many crazy Hollywood stories, and I spent the whole evening not that way.
Adam Sandler and Chris Farley.
Adam Sandler. No, it's not Adam Sandler. Adam Sandler's got some issues, y'all.
7-year friendship was forged on the set of long-running sketch.
That's awesome. But it was David Spade and Chris Farley. Okay. And I went out with them. I spent a whole evening with them. It was so dang fun that me and Chris Farley had the best evening. We bonded on the dance floor because that's where you're going to find me. I was on the dance floor. And I was taking improv and I was in the groundlings and here comes Chris Farley. And I was back in my full modeling days, and I was probably 20, maybe. And met on the dance floor, and he was just like, "Ooh, girl!" And we had this moment, and I was like, "Ooh, Chris Farley!" And we had this improv moment where it was like the time I jumped in a pool with Leo DiCaprio. There was no words. You just have this moment, and you're like, "We're gonna do this." And me and Chris Farley, we're like, "We're gonna do it." And we danced all night at this elite model party. God dang, it was so fun. And we took over the whole place. And we switched roles. He became the top model. He was like, don't touch me. And I was like, give it to me. And I just circled him doing that crazy, being him. And he spent the night going, I can't. It was so fun. And then he died. That's not what killed him. We can question Pee Wee Herman, though, because I'm Safe Side Super Chick. I won an Emmy for that, if anybody wants to look me up. So, Safe Side Super Chick. And I just challenged Pee Wee Herman more than once, and officially. I sent an official, I challenge you to a dance-off. And then he died. And my daughter was like, Mommy, you won. Oh, God. I win.
That's a good way to win by default.
Yeah. He was such a genius. Chris Farley was a genius. He was fun. I spent time in their limo and everything. And David Spade was like, you're going to come with us, right? Literally, you're going to come with us? And I was like, no, I don't do that. But, yeah, no. Noted. Don't ever dance with Angela Shelton. Dancing with me is an experience. It's not, you're really doing your own thing, and I'm doing my own thing, but to dance with me, I don't know how you'd actually do that, because you might get hurt. It's to put it plainly, I tore my ACL. That's the knee. My knee popped out of my leg, dancing to Leonard Skinner's Simple Man in a field of flowers at sunrise. Yeah, that happened. And so if that doesn't sum up everything, I don't know what does. And that story is awesome. Did I tell you? I told you that story, Heather, how I tore my ACL.
Yes, you did.
Yes, I do these dance meditations by myself. I'm just coming out. I'm just revealing myself to the world slowly. But it's something I secretly do. I start dance floors around the world. I got many stories. But then by myself, I'll do this particular time, it was sunrise, and I had my Bluetooth on. I had just danced this great Lauren Daigle song. I think it was Everything or something. And then the next song that came on was Leonard Skinner's Simple Man that I cannot resist. If that song plays, my body cannot resist that song. And especially the guitar solo. I'm going to move like a freak, right? And happily so. And it was sunrise, and I was by myself dancing in a field of flowers. This is true. And during the guitar solo, I did a crazy move. I was like, yeah. And I slipped. I slipped on the do, and I did the splits. And I can't do the splits. I've never done the splits in my life, but I did that day. And my knee popped out of my leg. Like it literally, like you see baby stars and little cherubs falling around your head, and it popped out of my leg. So in that moment, I, being the survival warrior person, redneck, also mountain girl, I was like, girl, and my inner black woman came out, girl, you gotta knock yourself out, deal with this. And so I just did it so fast. I took a deep breath and I hauled off and I punched myself in the face. Like I just went poof. I punched myself in the face so that I sent myself reeling so that I could shove my knee back, because there was no way I could in my right mind shove my knee back, because I'm just gonna scream and cry and be alone in a field of flowers. So I punched myself in the face, and then I pushed my knee back, and it was still going. The electric guitar was still going, so I finished the song. I did. I mean, that's disservice to electric guitar. That's disservice to the song not to finish the song. So I finished dancing with a weird-ass, limpy, weirdo knee, and then I I walked back to my house tenderly, very, very tenderly, and then I had to have surgery eventually. But the story of how I did it was the favorite at with the surgeons. That was their favorite story of, how'd you tear your ACL? Well, you know, I fell down or whatever. And I'm like, Leonard Skinner, simple man. Dude, I hear you. I'm married to musicians. I love it. You can't stop the song. You have to and tough. Yeah, I'm fun and tough. Yeah. That's why I like boys and motocross, because I'm going to go faster and wilder than you. You should have seen me belly dancing at the Wild Women's Festival. Don't stop moving, y'all. I don't stop moving. Yeah. Music gets me too. Yeah, I love it. I love it. Maybe it's because I like your inner black. Jerome, my inner voice, you know, we all have it, like the sergeant or the one that like gets you up in bed, is a black woman. And it comes from when I was a little kid. I was the only white kid in our neighborhood. And this particular time when I lived with my mom, after my mom got custody from my dad, because if you see my documentary, I had the life with my dad also, which was abusive. Anyway, when I lived with my mom in Asheville, we lived on the other side of the tracks.
Come here, monkey.
And I was the only white kid at this community group and after school program and at this school. And I had so much fun. And there was this neighbor friend of mine who, if you've seen The Color Purple, like Color Purple is my favorite movie. That scene where she's Whoopi Goldberg is combing this girl's hair at the hearth, and they're like, ow, ow, ow. You know that scene? I'm sitting there. I'm in that scene. I'm like, I'm over there. Not literally in the movie, but like, that's how I grew up like that. I got to witness that. And I was around so many weak white women who had no balls at all to stand up against the perpetrators that were their husbands. And the black women in my life were the opposite. And I just loved it. I had so much, like, that's who gave me my backbone. And that's why I have, girl, you better get up. Girl, you better go. Like, that's what I hear in my head when I need it. I hear my neighbor, that lady. She became my inner voice. So that's why sometimes you'll hear me go, girl, I don't know. Like, and it's because I needed to witness her, and that she was not the only one at all. And then I made my documentary where I drove around the country and I met women in America who were shared my name, and half of them were black. And I love those women too. Angela Shelton, Detroit, when she's singing that gospel song, if you've seen my movie. And then I was like, oh my God, I wish I was a black woman. And her mom was like, what? She's like, well, you are. So she like did this like knighting ceremony with me. It was awesome. And it's just so funny. Like in the whole race conversation, that we're in a caste system, not a race system. That's just, I'm just gonna lay it out on the table. The perpetrators up here are perpetuating a caste war by tricking us and making us fight with colors and making us fight with colors and making us fight against each other when really there's organized perpetrators. Anyway, I bring it back to that. I know. Knighted into the sisterhood. Yeah, I was. I really was. And then years later, I got called out and some stupid idiot calls me a racist. And it's just like, it's so dumb. He's like, I'm taking down white elite Hollywood. And I'm like, boy, you're an idiot. Cause I snuck in here. I snuck in here. I have nothing to do with white elite Hollywood. Are you nuts? Like, you obviously know nothing. But anyway, and you haven't seen any of my movies. So stupid. Race plays a part in everything, especially in small towns in the South. Jerome, I see my Southern family are way more connected with both races, and also we have black babies in our family. And like at Thanksgiving, it's a multicolored, multi-alphabet, and whereas when I lived in LA was the most segregated racist city I've ever been in. And those are also the people that are mandating PC rules and telling us what we're not doing correctly. And also, by the way, your TV shows that you're watching, your movies that you're watching, and the news that you're watching is coming from LA and New York. And LA and New York have never been to the rest of the country. Yeah. And I'm like, it's just crazy. And I've written many screenplays, and I wrote one. I sold it to Showtime in 2002 called Chocolate Gravy, about my black family. About my family that adopted a black baby. Accidentally. That's really fun. It's such a funny story. But it's a way for me to have a conversation where we put everybody at the table. And then it becomes like, when you get everybody at the table, we're going to agree. We might argue about some things, but we're not arguing about what the organized perpetrators want us to argue about and divide us. We just don't. I've seen it. And like I said, I've traveled a lot. And what you see on the media is some BS. Some BS. It's like it's intentionally, given to us, fed to us by LA and New York. And it's like, it's such bullshit. Like, I recommend that you just unplug and create your own content. That's also why I love TikTok too. You can find other things that are not manipulated to be given you, that you should be watching this TV show that's about Jewish people in New York. You know what I mean? It's like, I wrote a really funny show called Chocolate Gravy, sold it to Showtime, and then it didn't end up getting made. We only went to the pilot, and they were, because at this big huge meeting, and they're like, we need to show that the South is dumb. Literally, that's the meeting. And I was like, what? The whole point is like having a conversation of inclusivity and showing that, like, actually, we all have the same issues. We just talk slower. And they're like, no, the South is dumb, and we need you to like write a scene where it shows like how like people are really dumb, like have so and so, the lead character, like accidentally shoot himself because he's dumb with GUNS. And I was like, that just doesn't happen. So that's not the truth, and I write the truth. And I'm just like, I'm gonna say that the whole country is not dumb at all. The country is poisoned with some poison in your mind and poison with your food. And as soon as you start waking up to that, like, and you look at, you're intentionally being programmed and poisoned by some really organized perpetrators. But there are more of us than there are of them. And, I'll probably get in trouble. I get in trouble all the time. Like, let's silence her. Don't have her talk about it. Because she's going to, like, point out the elephant in the room like she did when she was little. It's just me. I've totally embraced my inner child, that I'm just going to be my inner child. And my inner child is the kid that cursed out the perpetrator. And so, here I am. I'm 50. And I can kick, and I can stretch, and I can talk. I'm from the South, so I get defensive. It's so funny. Like, anyway, the Hollywood folks in this particular situation, had a big meeting, and they were so like apologetic. They had my screenplay. It was so like an apologetic. I was like, you do realize that I put everybody on the table. I made fun of every single person gets made fun of in this show, all of them. There's no divide. Everybody gets made fun of, and then you come to the table, and you eat some dinner, and you have a conversation, and we're gonna do a little prayer, and then we're saying the same thing. It's unbelievable.
Heroes.
Yeah. I love you, Pippi Longstockings. I am. That's like Pippi Longstockings, like calls out perps and climbs the tree and provides escape routes for people. Yeah. Anyway, my manager at the time, oh my God, this conversation I had with this woman, I was just like, she goes, I think you can fix it by just having this, writing a scene in here where you show so-and-so is stupid by accidentally shooting him. I was like, that's just so not what happened. And she goes, well, we need to show that they're dumb. And I was like, you do know that I'm Southern, right? I'm Southern. And she goes, well, you got out. And I'm like, oh my God. You do know, like, if we went to the VFW right now, we're going to sit at the bar and have breakfast or whatever. And you're sitting next to an astrophysicist, an army officer, a scientist, a hunter, lawyer, all these really cool dudes. They just have a Southern accent, and they've got a GUN on the back of their truck, and they just killed a deer, and they're, so it's like, what's so dumb about that? Anyway, my childhood was very reclusive and obedient. Oh yeah, I understand that. I stopped living that way 2 years ago. Wow, good for you, Karen. That's awesome. You remember the code. June 1935 changed film in our culture forever. Oh, you know what? Is that the code with Woodrow Wilson? Was that it? Like so-and-so was like take over the media? Was that what that was? There's, when you start dissecting all that stuff and looking deep diving it looks like Hearst, okay? So that needs to be taught of what Hearst did to hemp. So the hemp plant, is so valuable and so smart and so genius. It's the fabric, it's milk, it's also happy plant bud. It's also not happy plant bud. It's also rope. It's also the sails that we sailed over here to this great country land were on hemp sails. And the newspapers of this country were going to be printed on hemp paper, which makes so much sense. In my opinion, on federal land, we should be planting hemp because it's also, on top of everything in that great plant, it is one of those plants that recycles the soil. Like, it doesn't damage the soil, it actually replenishes the soil. It's a genius. But here's what happened. The newspapers were going to start being printed on hemp, which makes sense. But who owned the newspapers? Hearst, big fancy like Patty Hearst's dad. He owned the papers. So he started a campaign in his papers to demonize marijuana. So that is like, them Mexicans are gonna smoke that marijuana. They're gonna come up to our country and take our women. This is what it started, this campaign in the newspapers, much like campaign in the newspapers that keep us separated now. You have to look at what their intention is and who owns them. And he put these campaigns in the paper. People started believing it. And they're like, oh my gosh, we have to get rid of that plant. Oh my gosh, we have to get rid of that plant. So they got rid of the plant, right? And that got rid of the papers being printed in hemp, but it also got rid of so many medicinal qualities. And it's like, holy gee. So like, we need to tell that story so that people that are blindly believing everything they see and blindly eating all the poison can see, like, you're being intentionally blinded here for profit. See who's telling you this information. See who's telling you this information. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, look a little deeper. Look a little deeper. And William Hartz was Patty's grandfather. Oh, okay, got Hearst. Yeah. So that was her grandpa. So yeah, but it's the Hearst fan. It was printing on paper, right? And then the newspapers are printed on paper when they really should be printed on hemp. It would make so much more sense. It'd be cheaper. It'd be better for the earth. It'd be better for trees. But no. So when you look deeper, you're like, wait, what? Yeah, crazy, right? When you actually start deep diving truths like that. If you just Wikipedia, just look up I don't even know if we can say this word on here, plan. It's like 45 things. They've done every single one. Every single one of them. They've done it. And now it's a matter of like, okay, well, do you want to live like that? and now even the headlines and all the stuff that's happening in the news is to devalue men so that we separate from men and call men toxic so that we don't have men in our lives, and erasing women and calling them humans with bonus holes. So you erase women, you erase men, you devalue men, and you separate the family unit, and then guess what? The state comes in. And that doesn't mean you don't love LGBT and all the alphabet city. It's about the unity of community and masculine, feminine, and that's what the attack is on. Yeah. Anyway, you can see this thing from far, far away. It's pretty dang clear. It's like screaming. Right? Movies before 1935, right? Yeah. It's so true. Yeah. It's
Don't you make the dough on me. No.
Why are you getting that cat to yell?
No, I'm not. He's making the dough on me. He wants to be held.
He's making the dough? Oh, this.
Yeah.
Oh, got you. She's got so many kids. Here comes another one. I haven't seen. They're hissing. They're running around. God.
Let Dirk go back in the house. Go back in the house. Ugh. Go. Get in the house. Go. Go.
Wow.
He doesn't come out often.
Humans with bonus. Yeah, Tom, did you know that? If you look up the World Economic Forum, which is a bunch of perps. I mean, if you want to see who the perps are, just go to World Economic Forum and see who's meeting. And they have intention to stop calling us women, to call us humans with bonus holes. That is not a joke. That's not a joke.
That's a quote to remember, it's called. And it was the personal advisor of Woodward Wilson. And
Heather just handed me this.
And it's Edward, he was the personal assistant of him.
A quote to remember.
Yeah.
Edward Mandell House. He said in a letter to President Wilson, 1913 to 1921.
He was his personal advisor.
Personal advisor to Woodrow Wilson. Ew. Ready? You should be scared, Cheryl. Ready? Very soon, every American will be required to register their biological property in a national system designed to keep track of people, and that will operate under the ancient system of pledging. Oh, God. By such methodology, you'll teach people how to read. We can compel people to submit to our agenda, which will affect our security as a chargeback for their fiat paper currency. I mean, this is a methodology. This is a whole plan that's been in place for a very long time. It's 1913. Like, this goes back to, like, also organized families that are part of this, too. Oh, my God. Like the Rock.
It's sad. I cried.
Yeah, every American will be forced to register or suffer not being able to work or earn a living. Oh, are we here now?
Social Security number.
Yeah. They will be our chattel, and they will hold security interest over them, and we will hold security interest over them forever by operation of the law merchant under the scheme of secured transactions. Americans, by unknowingly and unwittingly delivering the bills of lading, what's that? To us, will be rendered bankrupt and insolvent, forever to remain economic slaves through taxation secured by their pledges. Amazing. They will be stripped of their rights and given a commercial value designed to make us a profit, and they will be none the wiser. For not one man in a million could ever figure out our plans, and if by accident one or two would figure it out, we have an arsenal of plausible deniability. Then they created the term conspiracy theory. Conspiracy theory was created by the FBI to keep people from looking into this stuff. After all, this is only the logical way to fund government, by floating liens and debt to the registrants in the form of benefits and pledges. You get a free phone for voting for them. Jesus. They will inevitably reap us huge profits beyond our wildest expectations and leave every American a contributor to this fraud. Yep, which we call social insurance, SSI. Without realizing it, every American will insure us for any loss we may incur, and in this manner every American will unknowingly be our servant, however begrudgingly. The people will become helpless and without any hope for their redemption, and we will employ the high office of president of our dummy corporation to foment this plot against America. 1913. Jesus God. And then you go further in, like further beyond that, and you look in the families, like that want to create the caste system to poison the peasants so that we just remain peasants. And yeah, honestly, Cheryl, getting out of the system is stop spending your money on anything in the system as much as you possibly can. That's why I go straight to a dairy farm and I get my milk. I go straight to butchers and or people, also farms that have my meat, and I go straight to men for my mint. I only need milk, meat, and mint. And then yeah, we have to do something about it. And then also you got to see the media. The media has been totally commandeered, so you can't trust the media. You can't trust what's seen. I mean, sadly, I'm not in any political party. I don't subscribe to any of it. I'm like a female Huckleberry Finn. I'm hanging in a hammock between all y'all's poles. Right there. There it is. There it is. This is mine. That's mine. I'll just put it in a tree and we can have some conversations. But seriously, it's like when you look at the agenda, oh my God. And I'm friends with, I have people that I love, like I just love, like you know, die for, kill for kind of thing. And on both sides. And I gotta tell you, my super staunch, adamant liberal friends are far more violent than my conservative friends, and far more, I gotta say, closed-minded. I really do. I'm like, wow, have really chewed off the media. Like they believe what they see in the media way more than my country conservative friends, who are like that redneck, like, well, I'm like a redneck. I just don't make sense. Don't make sense. You want me to take something in my body that doesn't actually save me from this disease you put out here that's a biological weapon, but you want me to put that in my body that you got a patent for. What? Before, like, I don't make any sense. And so, yeah, you know, and then, yeah, I'm just fascinated by my liberal city friends. Yeah. That's not your experience? Wow, it is mine. I am, and I've traveled a lot, and I speak to a lot of people, and yeah, it's just my experience of that. Really, yeah, that's my experience. A lot of us country folks are way smarter than me. Like, what is 100%? Yeah, I'm not even moderate. I'm not even a part of nothing. I think both sides are, like, I love them to death, and they're in my family, all staunch sides, family and friends, and I don't even know what to say, except I'm like, I'm gonna go to church and speak some sermons. That's what I'll do, because I'm like, phew, Lord. Hey, James. Is that your experience too, Cheryl? Yeah, I do. I found conservatives to be anything but conservatives. Well, that term has been hijacked a long time ago, as well as liberal, as well as God, as well as freedom, as well as patriot, as well as, like, yeah, it's all been switched around. Like, I grew up in the South. I was like, there was no way I would ever be a Democrat, because that was the triple K. I'm like, are you crazy? I ain't want no part of that. And yeah, and all of it is just so backwards. It's so backwards. But then when you deep dive and you actually look where it's coming from, it has nothing to do with the political parties. It has nothing to do with them. It has to do with this shit. It has to do with, like, it's money, and it's families with crazy money putting us into a system where we just work for them and we're servants. We're literally, I mean, that's the bigger conversation.
They own the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, they own everything, and it's like they're just to keep us fighting and be peasants. It's a caste system, and it's like, holy cow. The whole tension between the two sides is fake. And it's intentionally done that way so that you keep fighting against each other and you're not paying attention to this. Because then when you open your mind about this, and when you start to open your mind and your eyes about that, then there's going to be stuff in the media that say, oh, that's crazy. Those are people who are crazy. Don't look away. Don't plant hemp. Them Mexicans are going to come up here, get our women. Like, it's just, oh my God. And then when they've already poisoned your food, so the people that are already poisoned and sick, you're not even healthy enough to pay attention to the fact that your brain is being poisoned too, because your mouth is being poisoned. And it's like, damn. I think about today being the anniversary of the I Have a Dream speech. Is it really? Is it really, Jerome? That's amazing. Wow, wow. Yeah. You look great today, Angela. Aw, thank you. Yeah, I took Regenerate. And I danced. And I'm about to get in some sexy ass outfits here. I should hang up. Did you see what she's going to put me in? Lord have mercy. I need to go. Actually, I should hang up. But I'm glad you handed this to me. This is terrifying. This is actually terrifying. And this is what they've done.
That's in the works since back in 1913.
It's been in the works. That's the thing. This is old. This is all old. Just like the food being poisoned is old.
It's written in there.
And also God being taken out of everything is old too, because the goal is to take away In God We Trust and then just take the whole country. And then I'm glad you believed all the lies and ate all the poison, people, because here we are.
They taught them there.
What are you going to do about it?
For help too. They're going to poison them even more.
It's really crazy. Oh, Cheryl, it is a letter from Edward Mandell House.
It's called A Quote to Remember.
It's called A Quote to Remember, and it is a letter to President Woodrow Wilson, 1913. It is a quote to remember. This is terrifying, actually. Hey, Roxanne. Huh? Yeah. Huh is right. Huh is really right. When you realize that you've been totally poisoned in your mind and your body. First things first, people who want to get unpoisoned. Step 1, don't eat the colors. Red, blue, yellow. Start there. If you stop eating the colors. Hey, Roxanne, Cliff Notes. Roxanne just got here. Was talking about organized perpetrators that are up here, that there really is a they, and they are a system of families and corporations that the families are in, that actually control things. And this whole like battle between blue and red and like get us fighting against each other is intentional so that we don't pay attention. There's more than 5, but yeah, there's like 13. But yeah, same. And it's like they control and it's like we live in a poppycock. We live in a poppycock. Like, it's not really what you think it is at all. So, oh my God, a lot of things went down in the early 1800s. Yes, okay, Jesus. Do you know about this letter that we just read? Oh my God, it's terrifying. Went down in the late 1800s, early 90s, and we're still under their structures. Yes. And when you start deep diving it, like, I know I'm a broken record about my science fair project, but that was just me looking at the colors, like blue, red, and yellow. If you just stop, step 1, don't put colors that are colors with numbers behind their names. I deep dived the food a long time ago, but now the deep diving of this stuff, and I'm at Heather's house and she just brought Edward Mandell House letter. This is terrifying. This is like literally scary as hell. And but it's also simple when you look and see, like, they just want us fighting against each other. And I mean, that's why I love Jesus so much. I love saying that. My friend Sean, the one in Nashville, y'all just please click on him and follow that man, because he's the one that makes Regenerate. And he and I have for years now been having this conversation about men and women and how women are poisoned intentionally to cut out men. And that's why we just started pressing record. And so there's so much content of him. I actually was just on the phone about you, by the way, brother, about editing a bunch of our podcasts and no longer dripping it out. Like, I'm just going to vomit it out, y'all. It's going to come a lot. We're going to come a lot together as we should, because we're being poisoned. Might as well come together. And we've been having these conversations privately, and then we'll talk for like 3 to 5 hours, just like many of us. And it's like, That's why TikTok is so beautiful, because you can talk openly and let everybody see. And when you start seeing this shit, it's, first of all, it's mortifying. And it's mortifying to see that you're actually being poisoned in your brain and your body. Like, your food is poisoned and your mind is poisoned. And those of you, my dear friends, I love you to death, who think that there's only certain media that doesn't do this, and you can, well, they're not part of it. No, then you, with all due respect, you're dumb as hell. And I mean, I'm a dumb model. I wrote a book about it. I'm a dumb model, fully admit it. But since I can't find it online, how long is that letter? Could you hold it up and screenshot? Oh,
You might not be able to get it through Google.
will you be able to see? Is this right? Hold on, ready? Do it. Screenshot it. Yeah, I'm sure you can't get it through Google now, because Google like changes their policy now that they what was it? Welcome Jesus. Yeah, did you get it? Screenshot that shit, yo. And sweet. So I found the letter on Google. Did you really? It's Jesus said it. How can I pin this? This like comment needs to pin this comment. The key is, please, I pinned that, and then you can go click on him and follow him, because he's the one that created Regenerate and Loot. And the key is to get people out of judgment and into curiosity. Yeah, curiosity free. It's so well said. It's like, because we spend so much time judging each other because we're judging ourselves. And that's why I talk about trauma all the time, and you're judging yourself because of what happened to you. And just like, I forget your name, Precious. I'm sorry. But when you came to me newly, dark something, you're like, why have I stumbled upon you? You stumbled upon me because with me, it's if you are a self-mutilator, self-hater, and if you're doing to yourself what your perpetrator did to you, you have come upon me so that you stop. And then Jesus, I call him Jesus. He doesn't answer to that. His name is Sean. But I mean, look at him. The one in Nashville. He's the missing link for health. So to actually get healthy and get your body healthy. I'm like mindset healthy. He's body healthy. And who wrote this, Jerome? It was Edward Mandell House. Edward Mandell House. Yeah. So, so many of us have been talking about this stuff in secret, especially like during election time, and then all of us that if you say something, then all of a sudden you're called a racist word intentionally to get you to shut up. And really, it's like, it's a caste system. I know your mindset too. I know you are. But I mean, I have been, that's like what I've been doing is like getting people out of the trauma triggers so that you can get better. Because people who are stuck in their trauma and are still repeating to themselves, doing to themselves what daddy did, or abusive mama, then you're like, still stuck in the trauma. It's really hard to work on your body health, until you're like, oh, but it's all combined. I mean, it's all connected. I'm at Heather's house. We took Regenerate. We had a little Regenerate party again. We took Regenerate and danced at this Wild Woman Festival. It was awesome. And seeing that, and I'm actually taking Regenerate to a bunch of addicts this week who want to change. So if you're an addict who has old addictions and that old anxiety and PTSD, I think ADHD, but you have anxiety and addictions, that dude, he has a product called Regenerate. I've got it in there on the table, and it is so amazing. Like it changed my brain. And the problem with that, the sad thing, that the mortifying thing is that the more you wake up, the more you see this stuff, and the more it's like, oh God, it's all intentional. It goes back to Hearst. Like, our papers were gonna be printed on hemp, which makes so much sense. And the reason that they're not printed on hemp is because of Randall Hearst. He owned the paper mills, and he didn't want that to happen. So he started a campaign. I know I'm repeating myself, but you really need to get it. If he started a campaign bad-mouthing and defaming one part of the plant with the intention to get rid of the whole plant, that was the intention, and he was successful, what do you think is happening right now? Oh, James, I'm so sorry. You should know the one in Nashville. Addicts can have trouble with their enabling families. Yeah. But the addicts that want to get better. Oh my God, Tina, yours is arriving today. That's exciting. Addicts that want to get better really do, like, I've personally seen it. There's a total shift with Regenerate. The addicts that don't want to get better and want to keep drinking or want to keep doing whatever, it's a great thing to use for your hangover. So it's like, I mean, I took it to a big love of mine as my gift. I'm like, here's my gift to you. And he actually drank his Regenerate with a beer. And I was like, well, that really was not the intention behind that. But I mean, if you want to do that, I guess, I guess that could work out for you. I'm so sorry, James. Alcohol is, and probably she had trauma, right? With her daddy or uncle or whatever happened to her and whatever happened to her in her life, which is why she was drinking. Most likely true. Thank you 4 weeks ago. How much is it and where do I get it? Go to theoneinnashville.com. The link is in my bio and the link is in his bio. It's expensive. It's $220. Free shipping on theoneinnashville.com. I'll show you mine. And the thing is, it's expensive because of all the it's basically, he's the wizard that took the supplements that gets the GABA, which is, from, I'm going to say it in my layman's term, it's like the brain anxiety pill where it like calms your brain, but it takes a long time. You could take it yourself, but it takes a long time. He's come up with a way to get it to your brain fast. That's why you get hot. Like you get like this, like, woo, I'm hot. I was hot before. I took Regenerate, and I'm hotter now. Shit, girl.
You were hot. Yes.
Woo! I was hot. And this is it.
The hottest chick there.
This is it. And look how much mine's going down. Look, because I'm so generous. I'm like, y'all, it's GABA, and then it's got magnesiums and it's on the website, the list, which is like, oh darn, you just told your secrets, but it's like, good luck making this. He was the wizard that made the recipe. And yeah, what he said. GABA puts the brakes on the transmission of electricity from neuron to neuron. With all due respect, sometimes I hear him talk and I hear roar, 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 roar. I do. Because I'm like, what'd you say? I'm like, basically my cliff notes it's like brain food. It's brain food that we've been drinking and smoking and doing all kinds of things to have that feeling that this gives you naturally. And then we took it, right? And you have like afterwards,
Afterwards, I smoked and I got really messed up.
You feel like euphoria.
Yeah.
Like
I didn't need it.
You didn't need to smoke. Yeah, you don't need to drink, don't need to smoke. No. And I end up saving so much money. So I'm not spending the money on the other things that I used to spend money on. So this $200 that honestly, I mean, not to lose you sales or anything, Sean, but you really kind of only need one bottle. And then tell your friends. Because this is not something that you then take for the rest of your life. You just take it, you deal with your shit, and it's like a magic powder. I'm so excited. And the people that want to get better, like I'm taking it later to 2 different addicts that they're like, oh my God, I do need something. I want something. When you want to change and you take this, congratulations is all I can say. Well, some people don't. Some people don't want to change.
But every day, don't you want to be a better
That's cool.
version of yourself?
It's my understanding that gabapentin depletes GABA similar to benzos. So no. Gotta go. See you later, Peter. Thank you. Quite a bit of it. Gabapentin. I think that's not GABA. Yeah. My sleep is better now that I've taken this. And I took it for a week. I took 1, sometimes 2, because I take it whenever I share it. I'll take it also with you. And that's probably why my bottle is going down. And it's just wild. It's actually, I was going to do it right now. I was going to take one now and then ride my unicycle after I do some work on my lappity top. We're taking some sexy pictures over here on Regenerate. Correct, with the caveat that when you feel another period of anxiety, get another bottle. Yeah. So I'd say definitely have this on hand. Like, I'm always going to have this in my house. That's my plan. Just like loot. I really want always a loot. But I feel tremendous. Like, it's like gets rid of anxiety. And see, what happened is he was making this for his girlfriend who was addicted to benzos, like popping pills. It's so good. one bottle would get one in good shape. It really, so he successfully got his girlfriend off of pill addictions and then started to work with alcoholics. And I personally saw this where it's like alcoholics would just be done with alcohol. And I was like, huh, well, I don't want that. I want, my thing is it's got to do the same for trauma survivors with our trauma brains of shame, self-hatred, self-mutilation. If you're helping benzo addicts and alcoholics, the same thing, we all have the same brain. Your brain's different than my brain, but you get regenerate, and it's in his link in bio and my link in bio, and it's $220, but it was the best $220 I could say to spend, honestly, because it's like, I would spend $220 on fancy beer, y'all, for the weekend. I mean, I'm not even gonna lie. I ain't lying. Oh, you know what this is? Heather made me this because I was a little snotty. And she made me, it is cayenne pepper and honey and garlic and something.
Mother's apple cider vinegar.
Apple cider. The audio got muffled. You need to do biofeedback, hook someone to brain. I've done that. I've done brain paint when they hook up your brain and then you go into meditation. And yes, it did. It's not now. Okay, am I good now? Am I good now? Anyway, regenerate. See, this happened again. I was supposed to get off of here, and then we started talking about regenerate, and then I'll just talk about that all day. And another cool thing, I personally like these things. The bottle, there's only 30 of these. I have one of the 30. And then the next phase, because I'm helping him do his packaging, because I was like, can I help you with that? And like your site and stuff. The next phase is a different bottle. So I want that bottle so that I have like all the little incarnations of it as you rise. And as you rise again, the one. I love my green. Oh, thank you. I love my green feather too. I can't take shots of apple cider. This is intense, y'all. Woo. Good morning, Toxic. I love it when Toxic wishes me good morning. It's awesome. So I'm gonna do this again. She gave me a little bit too much water, to be honest. Here, cats. Y'all want some water? Hey, you know when your friend wonders why she's single and she's got 11 cats? You can tell her. I mean, not to judge, just love everybody. There's 108. Oh my God! Yay! Okay, y'all. You heard the man. You heard the man. Get it and get in his private network. I'm gonna do it. Look, I'll do it right here, right now. You want to regenerate?
I'm good.
She's like, I'm good. I already got hot today.
People though that really need it. I don't think
Yeah, like me.
I mean, I guess we can all use it for different issues, but
there are no drugs in it, Hot Pink Girl. It's all supplements. Mm-hmm. It's like magnesiums and niacin, and like it's on his website, the one in Nashville. It's not any happy stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's here I go. It's like earthy. When I opened the bottle the first time, I was like, oh, this smells like my mom's house in the 70s. Ridiculously cute. You have to see this. Are you ready? Of the new, look at this. Yeah, this is what's happening. This is what's happening when you regenerate, y'all. You're not sitting around talking about trauma. So we can get regenerated, have a regenerate party, which I'm going to make a little code for you. Like when you buy, you can have like a little discount if you're going to have a regenerate party. And we could do that. And then we can talk about organized perpetrators and what we're going to do. How does it work in Seaside? What does that mean? Woo! Oh, you were talking to Seaside. Who took it? Yeah. Look at this. How's it working for her? She wants to take her clothes off and swing. And for her, it was a truth serum. She told things she'd never said, she'd never spoken in her life, ever.
No.
And then
I keep it all in.
She took Regenerate.
Yeah.
Does she have a dog? No, she has 11 cats. And more to come. I mean,
Does anybody want one?
You want one? There's another one out there. They're everywhere.
They're fixed.
The cats are everywhere. Like, look. There's another one. I slept outside, y'all. I slept in that I tied a hammock up. I'm like, I ain't going in that house. I can speak for all the men. I was like, I ain't going in there. I'm sleeping out here.
We have a bear that's running around constantly.
I slept out here and dealt with the bear instead of in there with 11 cats. I love you, Heather.
But you have a whole like kind of wing right there that there's no cats. The door's shut.
Okay.
We keep the cats out.
Okay. She's also got a unicycle. So I'm going to practice my unicycle after I do some work. I have a little work to do, and then I'm going to play.
I got a lot of
work, play. And, oh my God. So, hey, Anthony, finally. Anthony Rose Kennedy. Look at what you two can do. Look at her. Oh, careful with your head. Oh, my God. And then we learned also from the one in Nashville that you need to put your butt, like your bunghole, if you put it in the sun. So, yes, last time I did a live with her, we put our butts right here in the sun. I mean, these are the things you can see. And then, Amazon arrives. Thank God they were facing the other way. They got her entrance is over there when there's like, hey, I got a package delivery, and there's two like butts like aiming for the sun. You know what? It's comedy healing. That's me. That's why my comedy is not funny. Yeah, I do comedy that's not funny.
Your comedy is you just naturally.
I think it's fun, and then of course I get written up sometimes. They're like, she made. Oh my God! I did that. She made that funny. She talked about really heavy, horrible things and made it funny. Yeah, I know. I did that intentionally. Get over yourself. I mean, what? Anywho, so I have lots of things. I was actually on the phone just now before I got on the live with a whole bunch of like website stuff that I'm working on it. I'm changing a bunch of things. I'm helping Jesus and my friend Sean where I can, and so that we can help each other and be mirrors for each other. So with me, like no judgment. There's no judgment coming from me, and there's no competition.
And that's so rare. Just so you know that you're special. You really are.
I'm on the special bus, like the little one.
There's nothing wrong with the short bus.
I need the short bus. That's going to be my
4-wheel drive.
That's going to be my car. I need a short bus with 4-wheel drive. Yeah. Well, you know what? You know how people say like, nobody's talking about this or nobody's doing it. I'm saying, no, we're talking about it and we're doing it. And I live my life like that. I freaking love all y'all, even though I have really strong boundaries. Jerome knows that. Sorry, buddy. And thank you, Jay. I love you. Thank you. And, you can have strong boundaries and be really solid in your life and still be helping people. Look at this. I mean, really. Seriously. Like, it's so good. And then I'm just going to keep telling stories. And, I've got a lot of them. And even all my stories are intentionally there to help elevate and expand. And Sean Gilder, the one in Nashville, and I have very similar missions to help people get better. That's why I help him so much. And I love saying, like, I work on my stuff and I work on Jesus. And that's it. And ain't nobody got time for nothing else. I have to climb.
I'll work on Jesus.
I'm sure you will.
I'm going in on that one.
Jesus is hot.
Yes.
Woo! Hey, sexy. Oh, my God. And everybody always asks if we're a thing, by the way. I would point out how wonderful he is. He's wonderful. You're welcome. He left. Just kidding. Oh, God. Boundaries are so important, hard to learn how to do them. Well, the greatest lesson that she and I had yesterday, and I'll leave you with this because then I got to get to work on some stuffs, is, and this is a perfect example for you, Sean, if you're still here, is we went to this Wild Woman festival. And we were, we're doing regenerate, and we're telling that's my goal there, right? And also doing always dance. You will always find me on the dance floor. And she had to go uh, to walk to her car to get her bag. And I was like, in another world, many of us would have walked with her to go get her bag through, that's about 20, 30 minutes, a huge festival with parking and whatnot. I was like, I'm taking my shoes off and I'm walking through this field and looking at these beautiful trees, and I'll meet you at the dance field. Because ain't nobody got time for that. I'm not spending it's like value versus expense. Where's your value? How expensive is it? This is a perfect example. This is expensive, but the value greatly, greatly outweighs the expense. But the expense of me spending 30 minutes to go walk with you to get your bag is very similar to dealing with somebody else's baggage, taking time with somebody else's baggage, trying to take out somebody else's sword for them. It's not going to work. Like, you need to do your own stuff. And I was like, bye, y'all. I'm going to see you. You go get your own bag. You deal with your own baggage. I'm going on an awesome walk. I'll see you on the dance floor. And if I don't see you, I'll see you at yoga. Bye.
It's called loving yourself.
And she said, oh my God, I actually saw you like having boundaries and like putting yourself first and loving yourself, and the whole like
marvelous. That's a role model that everybody needs to see.
Well, what was amazing, thank you. And what was amazing is then she did it.
Yeah.
Because she wouldn't have done it, and then she went off by herself, and then she went, and she's an explorer. That's what she, like, her intention in life is to be a treasure hunter historically. And we came up with her term too. And it was great it was amazing to watch you do that. 'Cause she was like, well, ho hum, maybe I'm this, maybe I'm not. And I was like, did your husband beat you? Because shut the hell up.
Twice a day.
Yes.
Times on Sunday.
I was like, what? And so she got into like actually stating it out loud, like, I am a historical treasure hunter. It was amazing. It was amazing to watch. Yeah. But by me living my truth and taking care of my own self, and the whole term, like, I love myself, personally doesn't resonate with me. I know I wrote the book, but it's like, I love God. When I step into, I love God, I'm with the one consciousness that is loving myself. So I went on a walk that was beautiful. It was 30 minutes. I requested to join too. Oh, dang it. I know that's the whole, I do not, you're going to come on. And
by the way, not to cut you off, but that's why the name of the website is The One in Nashville.
The One in Nashville, yeah, because it's the one consciousness.
Right.
But how great is that? That was like a metaphor in life. Like, so I didn't walk with her to deal with her bag, because you got to deal with your own baggage, y'all. And then I'm going to go do my thing. And then she went and did her thing. And then she ended up being a historical treasure hunter adventurer like she is. And she found all these crazy, this woman, you could walk her into the woods and she's going to find some artifact and some crystal and stuff that I would have walked over barefoot, So it was amazing. So it was a great example of taking your own sword out, and you living your life, I'm living my life, and let's elevate and expand together like we're doing, Sean, and then help each other, helping ourselves by actually living. And then the sad thing is, and you've deep dived it much more than I have. I just deep dived the food industry. That's where I started. When you see the organized perpetrators and how they're organizing the poison in our food and the poison in our brains, it's actually daunting.
Yes, it really is daunting.
It's like, what do we do now? Okay, so we're awake. What do we do?
Well, the thing that I want to point out, because you were touching on it when I first joined your live, was all of these mechanisms that we're still under today started in the late 1800s, early 1900s.
Right.
And a lot of people, there was a big debate in this country over whether the people in power were debating, because obviously it wasn't the peasants, were debating whether the United States was going to be a global power or a national power. And guess what they settled on?
Global.
So now, the United States is the largest money producing machine in the history of the world. So because of that, it's also the most corrupt. And now that's not to say that our principles aren't the best in the world. You know, we have 1A and then we have 2A if 1A doesn't work. So those are, you know, are that's why it is still a great place to be. Um, but yeah, a lot of these mechanisms were put in motion over 120 years ago, and the power that has been contained and generated and uh, they really do control every
Manipulated.
aspect. Yeah, they really do control every aspect. I mean,
Yeah.
if you look at the list of these companies when they go to Switzerland to have their meetings, it's very all-encompassing. I mean, it's the biggest of the biggest companies, and then everybody relies on those. I mean, this is why we created the baby bells years ago, because the people in power 70 years ago realized that you couldn't just have one phone company. If you have one phone company, they'd be able to listen to everybody's calls, you know? So, you know, I'm reading what somebody says.
When she said a
It's hard
man
to
that
read.
lives off the grid and comes here told me we have a lot in suffering before we can. Yeah, we have to
Yeah.
suffer a lot before we truly can live again. Yeah.
So,
Try
but
being
just
patient.
to just put a bow on what you were talking about. So you have to assume that everything is corrupted and everything is poisoned. So you have to educate yourself so that you understand how to read a label. I might be pronouncing this wrong, but for example, chitin, it's like CH chitin. I'm not I can't remember how to spell it, but it's called chitin, I believe is how it's pronounced. That's an ingredient that you can find on labels, and that is bug protein.
Oh, okay. So they're getting bugs.
So, right, so that's bug protein, chitin. So you look at it like some processed food stuff, you know, it'll
Yeah,
be a chip or some kind of cookie or some kind of, and it'll say chitin on the back of it.
that's some
That's
bugs.
bug protein.
Okay.
Yeah. So people that are allergic to because keep in mind, shellfish and bugs are very similar genetically.
Makes it
So,
crunchy.
y- yeah, well, I don't, well, I think they get it down into like a protein powder, then they add it as an additive to these things. So, you know, they're sneaking in the agenda. Yes, they want us to eat insects. They're sneaking it in, but I mean, okay, so bug protein is now chitin. What else is what else? You know what I mean? And then I looked at my ingredients. Yes, and that's exactly right. And so when you go to the store and you're trying to make good decisions and things say keto and gluten free and
Yeah.
vegan, all of these terms that
Look
people
to see.
associate with healthy things. But you really have to be like a private investigator. You have to, you know, don't if you don't know what that word means, don't put it in your body.
Yeah, seriously. And Leslie says, but why? I know, because so that they can poison people's mouths, so that they can poison people's brains.
Well, so why is because if you own the biggest medical systems, then you don't make any decisions that will hurt your bottom line. And if you also own the food production systems, you're not going to make any decisions that hurt your bottom line. But your bottom line is both. So you need people to buy your food products, but you also need your food products to put people in the hospital.
Yeah. So it's my science fair project when I was 12. I mean, I did a little presentation and everything. And you know what's crazy is that I'm going to tell you the website. And how can you buy his products? They are the1innashville.com.
And to the person saying you're not afraid of bugs, I'm not afraid of bugs either, but I don't want to eat them.
Right.
I mean, there's
Don't want to eat
you
them
know,
alive.
we haven't evolved eating bugs. I mean, you could make an argument saying that when we were in a different form of mammal, that they eat bugs, but that's not what we thrive on. We thrive on ruminant meat and fruit, raw dairy.
Yeah, don't
You know,
forget the fluoride in water for real. Okay, so here's something crazy. Are you ready? You know, I sent you that map. So when I did my science fair project when I was 12, I did this presentation that showed how the medical industry was poisoning the food, and they're the same people. And I was 12 and I'm 50. And now they have a map that shows this. They show how they're erasing, slashing, silencing, and debunking and defaming and making illegal health things and God. And it's in a map.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. This map is so accurate and so amazing. And it is deepstatemappingproject.com. And I
Oh,
cannot
yes.
share the link on Facebook.
Yeah.
I
But
cannot
that
share
tells
the
you a
link
lot.
on Facebook.
Why
Yeah.
do people want to do something?
When I try to send it in a messenger, literally, I'll try it now. I'll try it again. I'm gonna send you this link. Boop. It says could not send. I send another link, sends fine.
And that site is a great that has all of the links between all of the different companies and organizations that will allow you to see, we're under, you know, fascism is really what we're under right now.
Yeah, and if you can't share a
It's
link to real information, you have to ask yourself, well, that's weird. Why?
yeah, but that shows all of the connections of everybody that funds the politicians and the government,
Yeah,
both the tax and the bribes. So, and Facebook is simply just, there was a CIA program for tracking Americans that they started after the Patriot Act in 2001, and I forget the name of the program now, but there was backlash. People were like, "You can't do this," so they shut it down on the day that Facebook was created.
a little weird. A little weird.
So,
It's all like too weird. Oh, excuse me, I'm spitting on myself. It's too weird to be weird anymore.
yeah, and China has their what is it? WeChat.
WeChat, yeah.
Yeah, WeChat. America, has Facebook and Google now. Well, Google is captured by the EU, the EU and the WEF and the WHO, which is funded by America. So it's, you know, so yeah, so that's the thing about Google now. As of August 8th, they are now identifying themselves as a narrative pusher. So now Google is pushing a narrative. So that's
But
important to remember since August 8th. Not that they weren't doing it before, but now they've come out and admitted that they are pushing out a narrative. And then, the Smith-Mundt Act under the Obama administration in like 2014 stated that they can now do all the Smith-Mundt Act activities on American people legally, which means that it's now legal for American authorities to propagandize American citizens. Until 14, they were still doing it, but it wasn't legal. And that's how they took over 93 countries in the world. So the Queen, well, now deceased Queen, had 56 countries. America had 93. And then
yeah,
the rest of them,
DuckDuckGo got sold. So
yeah, DuckDuckGo got sold. I don't know what the good. I think we're gonna always have to be search engine
yeah,
chasing
I'm using
because
Eco SI. It's like Sia became Eco Sia
yeah,
because when you use that, they plant a tree.
yeah, and I'm not saying to not use Google. I mean, if you're looking for a restaurant, use Google. You know what I mean? If you're,
But if you're
for
looking
certain
for
things,
independent journalists,
or if you're looking for, no, independent journalists have been canceled on Google. And if the information that's coming out from independent journalists right now is why they're canceled on Google, because it is astonishing what Schellenberger is coming out, Matt Taibbi, all of these independent guys, the stuff they're coming out with is really shocking.
it's
Uh,
like, what about Sigourney Weaver? And also, Heather has a question for you, Sean. Do you know what
yeah,
HPK-293 is?
that's what they put in, the,
Something. Oh,
This is
that's what they
aborted
put in the
human embryonic kidney cells.
yeah,
aborted
yeah,
human embryonic kidney cells.
yeah, and
And
that's
it's,
what
Oh,
they put
okay.
into sausage.
it's in lots of food.
I have lips.
Hmm?
He said I look like Sigourney Weaver. I appreciate you, but I have bigger lips. I peed with her once at the Golden Globes. Random. I got so many crazy good stories.
This is a
Anyway,
flavor enhancer.
it's
It's in lots of,
a flavor enhancer, she said, and
it's
it's
aborted kidney cells.
aborted
Well,
kidney cells.
Yes.
that's just like another thing on labels. You can put a label natural flavors, but that net is so wide. What is natural flavors? So natural flavors can't be trusted on the back of a label. But yeah, no, that the stuff that Heather's talking about is in a lot of the juices and the sauces and the experimental gene therapies. Um, that's actually that's actually how people can get a religious exemption because it's
Oh my God.
because it's from abortion. So you can claim that you cannot take any sauces and concoctions and gene therapies because
Oh.
they're made with aborted fetus
Hey,
parts.
y'all. That's a
So
good way to get
that's
around
one of
it.
the ways around it. Well, and I mean legitimately so because and I forget the name of the guy, but they're the father of modern experimental gene therapies and other things that are injected into oneself.
Fauci? No.
No, no, not him. He's just a figurehead that
It-
the guy that was actually in the lab shooting up inmates, orphans, orphaned babies, and tearing apart human lives. Um, his interview is just appalling when he starts talking about, you can tell he doesn't think of it as murder. But, when you're putting experimental concoctions in people and then they're dying, that's murder.
What does he see it
So,
as? Just like working, testing the
oh, he's
peasant?
just very mad. He's just talking about his science. He's talking about his science in interviews,
That's what the
like what
craziest
he
thing to
did.
me is now. People are like, "Well, I follow science. I follow science. You need to get
Well,
that because I follow science." And it's like, well, science is an ever evolving scientific study.
well, the most important thing to remember is science is simply a 500-year-old religion.
I love the way you say things.
That's
I
all.
love the
That's
words
really
that
all
come
it
out of your
is. Well,
mouth.
I meet at that church.
But it's like, oh man. Yeah, because then it's this battle of back and forth again. We're in that stuck in that like battle of who's yelling at each other about whatever color they are, red or blue.
well, and science. I believe in science. Well, I believe in traditional Chinese medicine. That's 7,000 years old. Vedic texts in medicine, that's, about the same age old. If something has been passed on for 7,000 years,
And
you can make,
that map that you can't link to on Facebook shows how they've killed or like defamed or like that's illegal or you can't use that, that's bad. All of the stuff that works. And it's God connections and it's nature healing. Go figure.
and Kitty Lightfun, there was a guy called, his last name was Rife, and he proved that he could cure a ton of diseases with frequencies. And then he got a lot of press, and then Big Pharma put him under lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit. They broke him. They made him broke. He was broke by the time he died, and all of his stuff was decried as quackery.
I have the schematics to make one, a rice machine.
Wow.
There,
You're
have
amazing,
you heard
Heather.
of this? Have you heard of the Spooky 2, Heather?
The spooky two, no.
The spooky too.
So Spooky 2 is supposedly a Rife machine that you can buy today.
Okay, I think there's three of them. There's three of the rice machines you can buy. They're like a wand, if I'm not mistaken.
Uh, well, Spooky 2, because it emits a frequency. If you go to like Google Spooky 2, um, you'll find the information on it. It's it's um,
I believe in
it's a it's a modern day Rife machine.
Yeah.
I was thinking about buying one because the interesting thing about Spooky 2 and Rife machines is if you get somebody's cells, So like a hair will work for a week. There's different parts of the body that will work longer, but hair will work for a week. Supposedly, you can put it into a Rife machine anywhere, and that Rife machine can send the frequency to your specific frequency remotely.
That's
Whoa.
incredible. I do have
Wow.
I know a hair only works for like a week. There's other body cells that last longer.
Wow.
So anyway, I was thinking about buying a Spooky 2 for myself, and then I was like, huh, maybe I could help other people too at the same time.
Wow.
that's
That's
really
also
cool.
Cool.
why you can't share links like that on places like Facebook because they're like, we don't want you knowing about stuff like that.
What about the colloidal silver?
I mean, I haven't experimented with that. I actually, a friend of mine was telling me about colloidal silver toothpaste. So I'm going to give that a try. It's apparently a toothpaste that you don't rinse out. You just let it sit after you brush your teeth because it's loaded with colloidal silver. Um, I know
That's
a buddy of mine that I grew up with, he totally believed in this stuff. He's a real healthy guy.
turns you blue.
Turns you blue, colloidal silver.
Only one guy.
Well, another supplement that I like is, oh, what's the name of it? I have it right over here. Hold on. It's called,
And I love this
oh,
conversation too, Vicky.
methylene blue.
Oh yeah, I've
Methyl,
videotaped you taking yours before.
yeah, methylene blue can definitely turn your pee blue. I didn't know that colloidal silver would turn you blue. But methylene blue is sort of, you can think of it as like a rust inhibitor inside of the body. And yes, James, Bilderberg Group is part of the groups that we are speaking of. Um,
Part of the
it
problem.
seems like the WEF is the biggest one now. But then yeah, there's so many. There's the Club of Rome. There's the 13 families. You know, people that don't need to make money or earn money because they are banks.
I know, right? Oh
For
my
our
God.
bank, you know, understanding the whole Federal Reserve System was mind blowing.
The name?
Yeah,
Really?
and then also understanding that during the pandemic, they removed the 10%.
10%
So if you
what?
understand the Federal Reserve, you have to hold 10% of the
Oh yeah,
assets that
yeah,
you
yeah.
loan out. So if you have, so it's like the old thing. So if we have $1 million between us three, and let's say we have a friendly team of lawyers that can do all of the paperwork to get us a bank, how much would you think we could loan out?
All of it.
How much do you think, Heather?
Um, None of it. 10%.
9 million. 9 million. So if we have $1 million in assets I'm sorry, $1 million liquid in the bank, we can loan out 9 million.
9 million.
That's why until the pandemic, so many banks were doing things like giving $100 or giving $200 to you to open an account with them in the hopes that you deposited money. Because for every dollar that you deposit, they can loan out nine. And then for every dollar that they loan out, that's at variable interest rates. Back then, it would be, 4 to 25.5. Some states allow 30. So for every dollar you put in, if you can loan out the money,
How about
no,
9?
no, that's not right, Kitty Light Fund. No, no, no. 9 million. 9 million. And then Wagner, it's 9 million because you have to hold 10% of what you loan out.
That's crazy.
So that's wrong. That's what you would think, Kitty Light Fund, but that is
That's what
not
makes
the
sense.
case. Everything is everything is built on sand.
On a lie.
Um, yeah, but so then here's the interesting thing. So during the pandemic, I said 9 million. If you have 1 million, no, if you have
10
$1
million.
million, you can loan out 9 million because you have to hold 10% of what you loan out. That's how the Federal Reserve works and has worked since 1913. Now, there was a time where it was backed by gold, and that was till 1971. That exactly, Kitty, right? But it's the laws. It's what you are allowed to do. So if they come in and investigate your bank and you hold 10% liquid of what you've loaned out, you're in compliance. Yeah,
That's crazy.
it's baffling, Kitty Light Fund, but that's how the Fed works. And in 1971, they removed the gold standard, and that's why we've had rapid inflation since 1971. Also, in the late 60s, early 70s, we had the same thing that happened now. We had the 1968, well, there was a bunch of assassinations in the 60s, first of all. Then we had the 1968 race riots, the 1968 Hong Kong flu, the 1971 when we came off the gold crisis. Then we had the 74 swine flu and the 74 experimental, you know,
Mhm.
uh,
Jab.
that that were recalled because they were killing people. The civil rights movement, where they were really putting whites and blacks against each other.
Which they're doing now.
The gas, the gas crisis. And then their climate change that they were worried about was global cooling in the 70s. So they had the same cocktail that they were pushing down on the people in the late 60s. And that's when this movement began. The World Economic Forum was founded in 1971.
It's a script. It's like they just pull out a
It's
script.
it's a script, exactly. It's a
Yeah.
script. And because everybody's in judgment rather than curiosity,
That's a
it
great
keeps working.
sentence. Like you should get
And now
into.
Kitty Lights Fund, now you've got it. If you have 1 million, you can loan out 9 million. But during the pandemic, they
900.
removed the 10%, which means you can loan out whatever you want to loan out as long as you can balance your books.
Exactly.
So
Back to
think
her.
of, so think about, like, if you can balance the books, you'll have companies running on the ragged edge, lying, cheating, stealing just to balance that book to keep their train going. And now they don't even have to hold 10% of what they loan out. They have to hold zero of what they loan out since the pandemic.
And then they
And
get
that's
bailed
why
out.
and that's why 40% of dollars have been printed since the pandemic. So they're gutting the United States' monetary power right now.
No money's been printed since
That's
like
how I did.
2017.
That's funny. That's how I do my finances too.
Has anybody seen
But
like money, paper money older than 2017?
what's
Oh
that?
no.
I
Has
didn't hear
she
that.
said, have you seen paper money older than 2017? Because the
Uh, I think so. I feel like I have.
I
Maybe
don't know.
not. I know they're trying to get rid of paper money. I mean, that's obvious. I mean, because
That's
then
the
you can
only.
track everything and tax everything. Um,
Yeah, you can't ask
but
questions
yeah,
about it. Right. Exactly.
but yeah, I think it's important to note that this a lot of a lot of evidence points that it goes back to 1871 is when we when these plans that are coming to fruition now um, started.
1871. Who was the president in 1871? Anybody got
I don't
clues?
know, but 1871,
Um,
that was when, if I recall correctly, that we had another central bank in effect. It wasn't the Federal Reserve, but it was another one, and that one was eventually removed. But then they got it back in force in 1910 at Jekyll Island. And here's the telling thing too. So the Fed didn't go into existence till 1913, but guess when they celebrated the 100-year anniversary?
Oh, 1971.
No,
70.
1910, because that's when the people in power got together in Jekyll Island and decided that that's what they wanted. It took them 3 years to get Congress to approve it, but they celebrated when they concocted the idea, not when
Right.
it was actually approved and implemented. So
And then it.
that goes to show you how much respect they have for Congress and the government, because their 100-year anniversary they celebrated on the day they decided to put
Right.
it into place, not the day that it actually began, which was three
Wow.
years later. And so that's Jekyll Island. There's books that have been written about it. And then the other thing too is it ties into the Titanic, because the people that were anti-Fed drowned on the Titanic. So the faction in power, the faction that had power that was against the creation of the Fed died on the Titanic. So
What?
that was their last roadblock to um, implementing the Fed, and they died. And then some of the people that were involved in getting the Fed approved had tickets to the Titanic and didn't get on. People like J.P. Morgan and I forget Chase's first name.
Whoa.
What about the
Yeah.
money?
So this go that we've been under corruption for, you know, it's
Many
like,
years.
okay, perfect for example. Um, there was a guy, I believe Tucker Carlson interviewed him. It was somebody big, interviewed someone who had who was able to read the 800 documents that have not been released on JFK's death. And his summation of it was, it's all a lie. Everything is a lie. The
Right.
United States is a lie.
Yep.
And that was his summation of when he read those 800 documents that have not been released yet, the ones that Pompeo convinced Trump to not release.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then if you listen to RFK's, um, some of RFK's interviews, I think it was the one with Tucker Carlson, actually. That's a great interview to watch because instead of him getting stuck on experimental gene therapies and talking about that the whole time, they announced at the beginning of the video that they were not going to even touch on that. So they talked about JFK and his father's death. And he says that he knows who it was, and it was the Miami CIA, who were pissed because JFK didn't bomb Cuba. So because the president didn't bomb a sovereign country, they killed him. Because it cost them a lot of money, because the gangsters and people connected to power were putting in casinos and big hotels in Cuba, and they wanted to make it America's playground of debauchery.
Like
And
Maui.
JFK, well, that might be what they're trying to do to Maui next. I mean, that's not a forest fire. Come on. There's
That
a
is
guy that's putting
mortifying.
up there's a guy that's putting up a bunch of drone footage of Maui, and it's like to see cars that have no windows. I mean, you're talking thousands of degrees. To see these cars that are like melted, and
And the
you're
blue
talking,
roofs.
I know the blue roofs thing, that's super, the things, the blue cars.
Yes.
There's a bunch of cars that are totally destroyed, but then the blue car is fine. Not fine, but like still blue. Everything is burnt to a crisp white, and then the blue car is sitting there with just melted tires.
And where are the kids?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
And
gosh.
why would, yeah, so,
Also,
that's,
like,
but
I
now I want to put out one other thing too.
do
Just
it.
put one other thing. Do y'all really believe that a cow kicked over a lantern and burned down Chicago?
I didn't know that's how Chicago caught on fire.
That's their official story. The official story is that a cow kicked over a lantern and that burned down Chicago.
Right.
I mean,
And then who built and made all the money?
so, you know,
Wow.
talking about stupid facts, okay, maybe they're stupid, but it when things link together over time, it's not stupid.
Yeah, it's not. And then when you look at this letter on 1913 to Woodrow Wilson, you're like, oh my God. Okay, so here's the thing. They have a
Oh,
plan to keep us poisoned and poison our
mhm.
mouths and poison our bodies and our minds. It's like, okay, and we know who they are. We know who they are. What do we do now?
Yep.
It's like we get better, we start a new world, and we start drinking, support the
So,
dairy farms, support the meat farms, and
so
somehow,
wait, one thing for James's comment I want to say is, so why did the blue cars survive? And whatever. So you were so back to what you were saying. What was your question, Angela?
Well, the point is like for those of us who have woken up and really dissected and start like deep diving this stuff, and you're just like, oh my God, it's not a conspiracy theory, it's a system analysis, and they are
Hmm.
poisoning us in our minds and our bodies, and each against
Right.
each other. So it's like, what do you do now? I mean, we're doing it, we're getting healthy, we're staying healthy, but then what? It's like it seems the only way to battle any of these people at all is to stop spending money. That's number
I
one.
think the most important vote is where you put your dollar.
Yeah, like
That's the number one vote. Now, the problem is that being a member of the WEF and being a member, the reason why all these companies are members together and linked together and unified is because it gives them access to credit. So even when you don't spend your money with them, they because they're on this team, they have access to credit. And because there's no 10% holdings, so you know, you do still have to vote for your dollar because that will stress them. Shop small as much as possible.
yeah.
I think that the more that people shop small and the more that people get educated, and I really dislike so much about crypto, but if you shop small, you can, I mean, the dollar is only worth something because you believe in it. So if a bunch of people start believing in specific cryptos, you can convert that crypto back to dollars right now. So at some point I could see where, because the dollar is so volatile, that people would shift over to crypto, but it would have to be through shopping small because Verizon isn't going to be like, yeah, pay us in crypto. You know, a health care system isn't going to be, yeah, sure, pay. I don't care how you pay me as long as I get it. A large organization isn't going to allow that to happen. So shop small. Know that where you put your money is your vote.
And
Um,
also sugar has a good point. Sunday sugar, it's like going back to, I mean, because I have a theory as I travel, the places that I see that are actually diverse, like real diverse, are the churches. And also the allopathic, that map that they won't let me link to on Facebook, it's deepstatemappingprojects.com. That
mhm,
shows how how this organized perps have taken God and any spiritual healing, thwarted it, hidden it, taken it over, covered it, removed it.
mhm,
I mean,
yeah.
so I think like
Well,
spiritual healing, spiritual connection, going
yeah,
back to God. The thing, like even the word God has been hijacked, and people are like,
Yeah.
"Ew, I don't like that. You can't say that word." And it's like, well, that was
yeah.
intentional brainwashing too.
Yeah, and that's why I like, using the one consciousness or
Right.
source rather than saying God, because a lot of people are programmed as soon as you say God that, they tune out.
I'll
But
do it
but who
every
keeps
once
who
in a while.
keeps your heart beating? Who keeps you respirating? What, yeah, I mean the Vedics say that you need six chakras to be alive. There's 123 chakras in your body. Yeah, I believe there is some kind of connection to a higher power that keeps us all moving when we're not thinking about it. When you're asleep, you don't control your heartbeat. There's a lot of evidence that the pineal gland is shaped like an antenna in our head. And guess what plugs up that antenna? Fluoride. So you're exactly right. They're trying to disconnect us from source.
Yes, yes,
Mhm.
yes. And then and all the mass
Speak.
shootings. It's kind of interesting that the mass shootings in America, I mean, it's just a theory, y'all. It conveniently started getting like right around when they took prayer out of schools.
It's a medical issue.
I mean,
It's not a political issue.
So now there's a big push for everybody to meditate, right? Well, if anybody knows, um, what's that? David Lynch. What's the name of the meditation? You know who David Lynch is, right, Angela?
yeah,
Well,
yeah.
transcendental.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, transcendental meditation, they want you to take the class so that you can learn what it is, right? All transcendental meditation is a mantra meditation.
What's the
What
mantra?
is prayer? What is prayer?
Um,
It's a mantra meditation.
yeah,
You're saying the same words over and over again. If the priest says, "Give me 100 Our Fathers," that's 100 mantra meditations in a row.
right.
You just muffled out for a second.
You mean our Father who art in heaven? Yeah, repeating that whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a mantra meditation. So
That's good.
now so they remove God and then now they're trying to teach everybody to meditate, but prayer is meditation.
Right.
So
Yes.
it was already taught to us just through a different method. So it's you know
We
and
have
it's
in heaven.
say what?
Oh, she was saying, how would that help you, the prayer? I'm a big prayer believer, and it's because it's the same meditation prayer, but how they
Well,
take it away, and they is that they, because they do not have God.
right. They're not meditating.
And
They're
also, if you start,
they're out there getting constant dopamine hits.
yeah, well, if you start dissecting they and go to the World Economic Forum and look who's a
Mhm.
member and start dissecting and do it's not conspiracy theory, do a system analysis on those people, you're going to run into human.
Hmm.
Identical.
Oh, and to link it together in mantra meditate and what's that meditation that David Lynch does again? You just said
Transcendental.
it. Transcendental. They give you a word that you're not supposed to share with anyone, and that's what you say over and over again when you meditate.
Well, I'm saying Jesus, 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 Jesus.
Yeah.
That's mine.
Oh
I'll get
God.
full disclosure. I love God. I love Jesus.
Yes,
I even started
transcendental
doing
meditate.
yoga, and I won't do the yoga mantras. I won't come out of my mouth. I just switch everything to this is me personally, to
Hmm.
God and Jesus, because that works for me.
The the ohms in the yogic meditation, that's to vibrate your chest.
I'm huge on vibrating frequency. Huge.
Yeah, we did it. Yeah, I learned how to
Yeah,
belly dance yesterday. That was awesome. But yeah,
that's
again,
nice.
like, so, okay, we're all raising our frequencies. We're getting healthier. We're getting more, yeah. And are you scared, Jane? I mean, seriously, it is pretty scary when you really deep dive and you really look. And it doesn't take that much deep diving. It really doesn't. And it's not conspiracy
For
theory.
now, for
So,
now, but as August 8th, Google is now shaping a narrative. So they've been trimming things out of their search for a long time.
right.
We're now in a situation where it's like how everybody knows China to be.
I know. I'm, I'm not scared. It's like, are you scared? I'm disappointed in a lot of my friends who promote their own perpetrator.
That's that's funny. I don't believe so, Audrey. Yeah.
I was told to stay
Yes.
away from yoga classes because they are evil crystals, witchery. It's movement of body. It's old. I'm not. I'm. It. I am intentionally different with how I use words. So I use the movement, and I personally use like.
Here, my take on it is this. A relaxed mind can lead to a relaxed body. A relaxed body can lead to a relaxed mind. Yoga is the practice of doing both at the same time.
Right. So I do, Audrey. I personally do yoga, vibrating yoga to gospel music. Don't worry, I'll take videos. but
Yeah.
and it goes back to my.
Oh,
It goes back to like, okay, what do we do now? Do we all do yoga to gospel music vibrating like Angela? I mean, do we shake our boobies around and like say and be connected and healthy?
Positive,
I'm
yes.
doing what I can to help men and help heal men because we need men and they're being devalued. So that's I'll take that job. And it's
if
like,
you're trying, if you're trying to take over a land, a country, a space, the first thing you want to do is weaken the men.
yeah,
And that's why we talk a lot about poison, or I like, or I a big topic that I like to talk about is poisoned women. You know,
seriously,
because a masculine in his a man in his masculine energy and a female in her feminine energy collaborating together for a goal is a very potent pair.
Oh
But a
yeah.
man in his feminine energy and a woman in her masculine energy, that's chaos. And who benefits from the chaos? The people that are in power.
Yeah, they.
I think if one of the things that I think is happening right now, and one of the reasons why I love that Michael Ricks interview that I did,
So good.
is, Michael and I both came from nothing. I mean, single parent, the electricity would be out sometimes in our household. Michael Ricks, he tells his story a little bit on the podcast. One of the things that if I were these people in power, I would be terrified if the poor whites and the poor blacks understand that it's a class issue, not a color issue,
Yep.
and that the blacks have just as hard a time as the blacks. If they could figure that out and then drop, the propaganda that they've absorbed, then that would be an enormous shift. And you know what? I think it's happening. I
Oh yeah,
saw an, I mean,
it's happening.
a Trump mural being put up by a black graffiti artist. The fact that they put him bars in Georgia, a queer woman here this month, the fact that they put,
You're missing
uh,
feminine, fresh.
yeah, and plus, how many generations are you going to produce? How many generations are you going to produce?
But that's not
Uh,
the point. It's not against the LGBT. I mean, it's like in our family we have it all. We got alphabet, and I could be gay on Tuesdays. It's not about that. The battle between that is intentionally set in motion from the powers that be to keep us fighting, which is
yeah,
Just had
yeah,
National Day.
yeah. It's like so many things in there. Like like I don't know. I'm gonna ignore that comment because it's ridiculous. But where was that? So yeah, the Trump mural. So, you know, now that they've put him in prison and booked him and all of that, I think that that's woke up even more people. But then here's the thing, like we don't have paper ballots. We have digital ballots. So anyone that has access to those digital systems
right.
can hack them.
Did you see
So
the
thank
drone
you,
footage
Tina.
where they put a drone to pick up all the Wi-Fi spots were around the ballot stuff? Did you
Yeah.
see that? That was a
Well,
nightmare. I was like,
2,000 Mules is crazy where you can see people putting reams of ballots in the drop boxes. Like who's putting reams of ballot? Like I don't, no one's putting in like a stack of ballots into the ballot thing unless they're cheating. And how did more people vote in Pennsylvania than exist in Pennsylvania?
well,
Like,
I'm here. I'm very aware of Pennsylvania, and this is a Trump state. I mean,
My voting
right. Well, 200,000 more people voted than exists to vote.
it's a little weird. That was weird. When I saw that, I was like, huh? Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah. So,
by
you know,
voting.
I
But I'm not
think
a part of any political party. I don't subscribe to any of it. I'm not affiliated. I'm not red nor blue. Both of
I don't, I
them
don't, I don't
are
think that
OTE
protesting
kids.
works. I think that mass non-compliance works. Right now, we're about to go through a test. They want to see how many people will mask up. It's like a heat check to see how many true believers they have. And so you know, I think that right now, um, there used to be some guardrails in place in society where people wouldn't do certain things because they would be openly mocked. And I mean, I think it's important to openly mock people that are masking up because that's their heat check. They're trying to figure out how many people are going to comply. And if there's cameras everywhere. If they figure out that, you know, 40-50% of the people are complying, then they're going to roll out more lockdowns. The masks is a heat check to see how many people will comply with the lockdown.
I love going to lunch with you. So y'all, I went to dinner and lunch and many meals with Sean in Nashville while everyone was masking up. And he literally You hear this, Heather? He actually would not speak to somebody. He's like, I don't speak to somebody who has their face covered, and so he
I
literally
was
wouldn't speak to them. So I would have to order for him and stuff
I
because
was telling you what to tell the masked
it
up
was really
person.
funny. I was like, well, I'll speak to you because he's not going to speak to you.
D, I disagree because if you don't comply peaceful, not comply peacefully. Yes,
Uh,
no, we should comply. We should not comply peacefully because if you start doing violence, then they can roll the tanks and the National Guard out. It should
right.
be incredibly peaceful. It should be mass non-compliance in total peace.
Of super love, because I mean, the only people that I've seen in my world that are like really, really angry and upset are my friends who have bought into the lie, who are also poisoned. Like they're what they're eating. If you look at what they're eating all the colors. They're eating
Mhm.
actual poison in the ingredients. They're drinking sodas. They're eating all the poison that makes you sick. They're on a ton of medications and they're promoting their own perpetrator and they read headlines and then they run down I mean, a really good friend of mine, he ran out and got the jabber jab. He got
Mhm.
Agent Orange within 1 week of having the jabber. His
Mhm.
The government gave him $100,000 as an apology for giving you Agent Orange. Then he had to have a series of medical intervention surgeries to find out what this strange illness that he came up with, and his medical bills were $100,000. So I was like, they just
Eh,
laundered their money through your body,
Right.
and you didn't
Yep.
see that. You didn't see that they did that.
And, and just to point out something that Kitty Light Fun just said, um, it's been proven that masks are harmful. The only two studies that prove that masking is helpful have been proven to be manipulated.
Well, so you see those tests that came out, like just like it came off of that I can never say it, hydroxychloroquine. The the
Yeah.
the thing that I took that when I went to Kenya on safari. It's for malaria, and it gave me really funny dreams. That was all it did, and it was 33 cents. But they have to debunk that and like defame that. And the studies, Chris Martinson, you got to follow him on YouTube. He's great. Chris Martinson was talking about this stuff early 2020 and telling you like, look at who wrote the article, who,
Correct, Tor.
who paid them. And I remember, yeah, that one, but it was a hydroxychloroquine or however you say it.
Yeah. And
Also,
Trump went on national TV and talked about it, that very drug.
right. Well, then
And then he got
when he got the shotter, I was like, oh, he wants his liberal friends to go to his golf course. And they did.
How many of those
well,
shots are
but
fake?
Trump is no savior, and probably is funded through big pharma in some way or one of the machines. I mean,
Good grief. Oh my God. I just like, anyway, when I thought it was funny when he finally did the shooter, and I was like,
yeah.
and I have a friend of mine who like has that problem where she hates him. She can't like, they just can't, they have like whatever the actual syndrome where they have hated.
Trump derangement syndrome,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, she
where
has that. And he was just mortified. But then he got the shooter, and she was
yeah.
shaming me for not. And then when it came out that he did, and I said, I was like, interesting. I wonder if he did this because he's looking to get those liberal Hollywood people to come play golf on his course again. That's exactly what happened.
So
And
check this out.
I
I'm
was
sorry to
like,
catch up, but Hot Pink Girl saying I bet he got a placebo, and James is saying they didn't put anything in him but saline. There is documents proving that Pfizer made special formulations for Pfizer employees. So if they're doing that, they certainly made special formulas for other people as well. And it's already been proven that their manufacturing is so poor that different lot numbers have different um, levels of death and illness.
oh my God, that's
And
mortifying.
now, you know, I mean, just think about how many millions or billions of shots they made and in what time.
What is he saying? Were you better financed under Trump or Joe Biden? Me? financed. Oh
All right.
God, we're
Um,
heads of the same snake.
so, but so the point is, the other point is that more than likely, if you look at the patents, a lot of these patents go back to 2016
Nice.
for coronavirus. I don't know if I can even say that, but and for experimental gene therapy stuff, the
Yeah.
sheer number that they had available and the time that they had them available, and with the manufacturing capabilities that they said they have, the timelines don't add up.
Nothing
So
now.
more than li
Start
so
looking.
more than likely they had to start making them before there was even a problem. And now, you can look into Event 201, which was done in August,
Getting
where
hit
they
on.
were studying a pandemic response a few
Mm.
months before it was actually released. And then furthermore, that 2014 law were allowed to be propagandized, so they're allowed to lie to us.
Crazy. Well, for our friends who did have to get the shot or the jab or jab for their jobs, you can take black seed oil. Drink a little bit of black seed oil every day, and that can help you.
Yes, black seed oil is known to jam the ACE2 receptor, which is where the spike exerts its action, is through the ACE2 receptor.
And you won't say this, but I totally believe also your loot will do that. But only, and I say that only because after drinking your loot, he has this, besides the Regenerate, which is the awesome powder that's like for anxiety and addictions, or not like it is for healing anxiety and addictions. He has a loot. If you check him out, it's in a wine bottle, and it's a liquid tea pause hemp drink. Hemp. Anywho, I started drinking that for 7 months. I took a little sip of it, and it got rid of all my pharma. And it was able to get me off of asthma attacks. So black steel and loot, if I take either one of those, I will get out of an asthma attack in about 8 minutes.
Really?
Whereas I don't.
So
So I think that there's something to your loot, my friend.
the United States government holds a patent on neuroprotective and anti-inflammatory effects from cannabis. So it's neuroprotectant and it's anti-inflammatory according to the patent. So,
Damn
so
it.
it makes sense that if asthma is caused by inflammation,
Yeah.
so it makes sense if you take something that has been proven to lower inflammation. I just don't. I, I, I can tell you this, like
E.
I will admit this. If I drink Loot and take a shot of Loot and kind of gargle it and swish it around,
Yep.
if I have a little bit of hoarseness, that hoarseness seems to go away. And that hoarseness would be what leads to asthma. So, yeah.
Haven't started to make his own
Just
health.
loot.life. Yeah, instead of .com. Thank you, Jay. I'm gonna
Yeah, Loot.life.
oops. I don't want to block you. I want to pin you. I do that. I'm clicking on you.
Black seed oil is fantastic for allergies. I would say there was a time where I took black seed oil 2 times per day, every day for a year or two. And I believe that it was responsible for improving my sense of smell and taste. It's known to clean mucus in the body. It's big in Egyptian culture, I believe. The Egyptians have used it for a long time.
Wow. Well, your loot. So
Chungus McHogie, what do we need? A double-blind, placebo-controlled trial? Is that what we need to prove things?
With the loot, he just can't promote that it's an anti-inflammatory.
I don't know if
Just for me, I don't. Loot is designed to have a good time, to have good conversations. It's designed as like an alcohol add-on or preferably alternative. So I'm not pushing any like health stuff with loot.
And if he did, you'd
I
be up
will.
against pharma, correct?
Uh,
I mean,
I don't know. I as a customer and a fan, I can say it changed my life forever. And I don't take it anymore. I took it for 7 months and I'm off of all my pharma meds. I'm off of heart
So,
meds and asthma meds.
so Chungus, type in black seed oil into your favorite search engine and you can read the studies.
So cool. Yeah, I know. I just took some this morning because around all these pussies, there's so many of these cats
Yeah.
are that I took a bit of black seed oil and I'm able to breathe. I
And
mean, we
and
love
and,
her and all. You're
and let
getting
me ask you
flirted
this,
with,
Angela.
by the way. You're getting flirted with.
I am?
Well, you're
Oh,
always getting flirted with.
oh, yeah.
She's getting flirted with today.
Yeah. I mean, for black seed oil, I don't know. I feel an immediate effect. Do you feel
Yeah,
an? Yeah, it's
I feel
especially in the liquid. In the
yes,
pills, it's not as immediate. The liquid, I feel an immediate effect.
yeah,
I can go from hoarse to like, less hoarse immediately.
yeah. And then with asthma breathing, it takes about if I'm starting to wheeze, it takes about 8 minutes, 8, 9 minutes.
And I would agree with you. When I first started taking black seed oil, I thought it was tasted like motor oil,
Yep.
but now I actually like it. It's like, I don't know. I just really like the way it tastes now.
Audrey, listen, I have asthma since I was 3. I've been in and out of hospitals. I've been on asthma meds my whole life. I started drinking his Lute, LUTE.life instead of .com, and I am not on meds anymore. And it also gets you sophisticated.
Yes. And what Troy is saying, yeah, you know, we don't need all of these patented pharmaceuticals where the method of action that they're choosing to heal us is the wrong method of action. Everything is in the herbs, in the seeds. We
Yeah.
have it all. And just I'll give you one just for example. So allopathic medicine solution for heartburn is to turn off the mechanism in the body that makes stomach acid
Wow.
to
Well,
reduce
really, that's crazy.
to reduce your acid. Well, how are you going to get the nutrients out of your food if you don't have stomach acid? It's dumb. So, the stuff that they do to give you immediate relief is designed to shut down other systems in your body so that you can come back for a second pill, for a third pill, for a fourth pill, so that you always come back to the doctor for more.
This was my science fair project when I was 12 years old, and we are living in it. And Victoria, you go
So,
to the one in Nashville, just like his name, theoneinnashville.com.
I take no medicine.
Yeah, good for you,
so,
James.
so what that does when you don't have enough stomach acid is it slows down your digestion and the motility through your body. So now the stuff that you're eating is sitting and festering inside of your intestines because it hasn't been acidified enough because you've taken a pill to turn off your acid pump.
Heather, they want
It's
you to get
so dumb.
you
It's
can.
so dumb. It's like destroying the whole body to not have heartburn.
Turn off your.
Heartburn is caused by an acid insufficiency. You need to increase the pH of the stomach acid, not stop the body from producing acid. It's so dumb.
Like, don't take Tums. You'll
Yeah,
get
don't take
what
Tums.
happened to me. I
Don't
took
take
and I got a kidney.
Xantex and all of that because now they've even made some of those mechanisms. Black seed oil is what we're talking about.
Yeah, and also this is why I'm friend. Well, one of them I'm friends with him because he's awesome. But I mean, there is. I don't call a doctor anymore. I call him if I'm sick or my kid is sick. I call this guy. I'm like, hey, what do you do? Um, what's your mixture this morning, Angela? Oh my God, this thing. Heather made me. It's honey, vinegar, cayenne pepper, and garlic. I'm never gonna date again.
That's potent. My
It is like, ah, like, good God. Oh, but I like it. I like it hard and fast.
God.
I want you to post the recipe.
so my morning recipe, I do this every morning, is apple cider vinegar brag with the mother, cinnamon, one fresh squeezed lime, and a quarter teaspoon of salt.
Ooh. No honey or anything? You just go hard
I,
ass.
well, I do. Honey would be a great add. So would cayenne. The o- I Cayenne is a nightshade. Nightshades don't always agree with me.
Like
And
Doris, it's theoneinnashville.com.
mhm.
Theoneinnashville.com. And you can't Google that. Just put in you have to go theoneinnashville.com and then you'll find him.
It doesn't Google yet, huh?
No. I wonder why, Sean. I wonder why.
What's that about? That's not good.
I don't know.
I wonder
We're
if
working
that's
on it.
solvable.
It will be.
Um, yeah, it's still relatively new.
Yeah, because a
Um,
lot of I'm putting blogs up for you and stuff, so people can find more information and all the tags and the metadata. It'll work. It's just you're
Sarah, Sarah Smiles, that's a great point. I don't know. I've been using Bragg for years, and that's the thing. You got to constantly be a private investigator. So many
James.
brands get bought out and then they get made by a big conglomerate and they put in substandard ingredients to make more money. The mix that I do is apple cider vinegar. Let's remove the brand in case Bragg has gone bad. Cinnamon, one fresh squeezed lime, and a quarter teaspoon of Celtic sea salt.
I
I
have it.
I personally would add honey to that, but uh,
Celtic.
Honey is great if if you're doing a keto or a carnivore diet. Well, honey, you can still eat that. Um,
and
but yeah.
James quit drinking after his ex's funeral because she died of alcohol poisoning. Um,
Mm.
James, I would say I would recommend Regenerate for you for a broken heart. It definitely.
Well, plus if you're getting off drinking yourself, I don't know if you can feel, that anxiety that makes you Jones for a drink. That's that's what Regenerate
What?
is designed to
Put
knock
out
down.
by Katy Perry and her husband, and they are. Don't even tell me that. Is that true? How do we know that?
I hope not.
Oh,
Audrey, I don't measure it out because I've been doing it for so long.
you do it like
Um,
grandma, like shoot, just a little.
yeah, I just kind of do just
Like,
do it to what you can handle because if you do
yeah.
too much vinegar is not, you don't want to ever do a shot of vinegar. Vinegar must be mixed with water. Yeah, oh yes, definitely. And I do it in hot water. I should
Oh,
have mentioned that. So it's vinegar, cinnamon, salt, fresh squeezed lime. I do it in 185-degree water.
wow. And you know what's in my growler? This is a great growler, by the way. This
Milk.
always be a really obscure, delicious beer, always. But
Oh
now,
yeah,
now it's raw milk.
that's cool.
Yeah, raw milk right now.
In Celtic sea salt, you could get less expensive food grade for
Yummy.
electrolytes for horses at Tractor Supply, and it's the same brand.
Did you hear her?
No.
You can get the salt in bulk at Tractor Supply, the one that's for horses, and it's the same stuff, just called different and way cheaper.
The same
Hmm.
identical brand, everything.
Hmm. I get
$6.49.
I get days.
When do you ever
I
use
just
baking soda?
I just forgot that it's going to be reversed on camera, but a big tub of Celtic sea
That's what I
salt.
want. Did you get that on Amazon?
Yes,
The giant
unfortunate.
tub.
Is it the Celtic?
Yeah, it's a big giant tub
What
of
does that
Celtic
run?
salt. How much is it? Do you know? Do you remember?
I can't remember, but I remember when I was comparing it to buying it in little,
Right. Jay says
bottles.
too. The salt has made a huge difference.
The
I started
minerals.
I started listening to him and putting Celtic salt in my water, and I mean, my skin looks
Yes.
different. I feel different. I'm 50,
She was
and I don't
so
look it.
hot yesterday when belly dancing. When I walked over,
I was hot.
yeah.
I was on Regenerate too. Wait until you see me belly dance.
The
While
difference
I'm doing
between
yoga.
Himalayan and Celtic is about 30 minerals. Celtic has about 30 more minerals than Himalayan.
Because, yeah. Like,
It's the most mineral dense salt is Celtic. Himalayan would be the next best, or Redmond is another one that's good.
Oh, Bragg's got bought. Oh God, a group of investors that were co-investor, singer, songwriter Katy Perry, actor Orlando Bloom.
And what did they buy?
Bragg's, apparently. That's crazy.
Yeah,
Well, I
Celtic
love
has
this
got
conversation.
a lot of minerals in it. I use Celtic on all my steaks.
Yeah, it actually strangely gets you more hydrated, and we're told to take the salt out of our diet, and then you put the salt in, and you're more hydrated.
It will open
Audrey,
up.
that's what I do, but I also sweat a ton every day. So, you know, I know there's a lot of propaganda out there that says salt is bad for blood
Yeah, right.
pressure and all of that.
Everything.
When you
Iodine.
look at the data, it's less than 10 points is would be the rise, unless you have kidney failure. If you
Gee,
don't have kidney failure, you can eat a ton of salt and your body will process it just fine. If you have kidney failure, then you have to watch your salt intake.
James has a fun thing happening at his house right now. Off topic, his Great Pyrenees puppy just learned how to open his back security door. That's
That's a big boy.
a big. Oh God! Just did it 3 times. That's really funny.
sweet dog.
Yeah, she
Those
knows.
dogs are so smart. If I had land, that would be my dog, one of the dogs that I'd like to have,
That's really funny. I love dogs.
My
or a
son.
Turkish Kangal, which is similar.
Anyway, y'all, this is what I would talk. Sean and I used to get on the phone, so you're welcome for me doing it live now. And I talked to Heather about this yesterday at the Wild Women Festival about how we need to have these conversations out in the open
Oh God. Yeah.
where we're not canceled, or that's why I love TikTok so much, because I say anything on YouTube and it just shut down. But interesting. Cannot find the website. Do you do the1innashville.com? You can also find it in my link in bio too.
Somebody ever had him, I gave them the information yesterday, and they're having a good time.
Well, that's because you're just googling the one in Nashville. If you have to write in the1innashville.com. I understand it's annoying, but we're getting there. You go to his link in bio or my link in bio, and I have links to him. Also, AngelaShelton.com. If you go to mine, AngelaShelton.com, at the bottom, it's got his picture on it in my banner. So that'll also get you there. You know what? It ain't
Ba-
worth it unless you look for it. Unless you look for it. It's like the greatest bar in Nashville. You got to try to find it.
Baking soda in your water is to make your water more alkaline. If you're already drinking mineral water or high quality water, it should already be alkaline.
Hey, Bobby Patriot. Yes, it is a sword. I've been going every morning, every morning of August, going through my Sword of Trauma work, my workbooks that leads us to these conversations. So here we are. And I used to have conversations with Sean, and I still do, but like privately, we'd be on the phone for hours, and then we were like, we should record this. So here we are. I got this at Target, Bobby. Many, like 20 something years ago. It's my favorite one. Aww. Drama is like getting pierced with a sword. Dealing with all this pandemic stuff and manipulation of our media is like getting pierced with a sword too.
Or envisioning
No,
that.
that is very traumatic. Like it's hard to take. When you
Yeah,
figure out that everything is a lie, I think it's very normal to kind of have some depressive feelings,
yeah, yeah.
it's trauma that we have to work through as a collective,
Yep.
that, you know, our Constitution and our Bill of Rights, they're all fantastic, but everything has been bastardized and all the layers of laws on top of it are corrupt. We need to take all of that, throw them all out, and just go back to the original documents that made this place the most innovative, the place with the freest speech. The freest speech leads to the freedom of thought. The freedom of thought lead to the newest, best, and greatest inventions. And that's why we became dominant. And it's, the WHO, the WEF, these places are European power structures and they're trying to take our land.
Yeah, that's why they're trying to attack God, and they're going to take out "In God We Trust." That's the next goal.
It seems to be,
James, I
uh,
just followed you. You're awesome.
is this a cult?
True.
The cult of media. That's a cult.
You know what's so crazy is the powers, there really is a they, are saying they're putting together a global narrative, not the global truth.
Yeah, yeah. Google is now going to be a global narrative as shaped by the WHO and the WEF.
Which is the WEF is the World Economic
So
Forum.
now when they
Mhm.
make decisions, everybody in the
Yeah.
world follows.
And the World Economic Forum is a part of intentionally devaluing men and separating the men from the women, and then erasing women. Now they want to call us humans with bonus holes.
I would be offended if I were a woman.
Well, that's why I'm saying
Yeah.
vagina, 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 vagina. I'm doing comedy on September 21st. I'm doing vagina comedy. Might even show mine. Just kidding. Just kidding. Don't get nervous. This is just kidding. This,
Oh,
and that's intentional. Like I have a movie that it shows a trans love story, but I'm like, I'm not even promoting that with the agenda of what's happening in politics, because that agenda that's happening is not pro LGBT.
hey Al, you got to type in the one in Nashville.com.
Yeah.
If you type it into Google, yes, the one hotel would come up
Yeah.
on top.
The one in Nashville.com. Sorry. I have a link on my website, and
Well, I'll
think
buy another domain that's like an acronym that just can go there. That's easier to, shorter to type in maybe.
yeah, sorry about it. I'll tell my wife tonight
Or
she's a
or
human
you
with
can go
holes.
into,
And see, with a bonus hole, Bobby. Bonus hole.
Yeah.
Because then they're trying to, they're getting the men that are getting PEG'd, right? And the women are just have a bonus hole, so that you just take away the whole family unit. And I went with Heather the other couple days ago to show her the manifesto agenda on Wikipedia. You can look it up.
Mm-hmm.
There's 45 things, and they've done every single one of them.
I'm all for being.
yeah, we're already through the demoralization phase. After
That's what it is.
demoralization comes chaos. I believe that because of the internet, and if everybody who has the ability to speak, meaning if you're a good orator, start a TikTok and start talking about these things.
Okay,
Um,
done.
well, one other note, Audrey, I would check out Dr. Brzezinski's work for cancer. He's been Big Pharma has gone after him for 30 years for his cancer cures.
If
If
Big
I
Pharma's
were
coming after you, pay attention.
Right, so if I were diagnosed with cancer, I would at least go for a consultation at Brzezinski's place. He's in Texas.
And what's the T that you had, Heather?
Essiac.
Essiac. Have you heard of that? How do you spell it?
ESSIAC.
ESSIAC. Essiac. T.
Oh, is that for cancer?
Yes.
Yeah. I've heard that name, but I can't remember where.
Yeah. It's a healing process. As I cough, can be overwhelming. That's funny.
Yeah, let's see how your wife likes that, Bobby.
Humans with bonus holes. But see, what frustrates me, and what I'm trying to be really gentle about, are my friends who are poisoned in their mouth and poisoned in their brain, and are actively promoting their own perpetrator. And they're
They have
super.
to learn on their own, though, for them to actually.
But it's
change.
like
Dr. Brzezinski in Texas. Brzezinski. It looks like a very Polish name. Dr. Brzezinski, Texas, for Audrey.
homies for nomies. I love it. Yeah, so it's that, because there shouldn't be any divide among us, No competition, no judgment among us because there are more of us than there are of them and we need to bond together. So even my friends who are totally poisoned, like you talk about it a lot, Sean, like I used to call the crazy women and now it's
with
like
a
the
Y.
poisoned women, you know?
Yeah. Well, yeah, because I don't, you can say crazy, but I don't, that's not closer to the truth is poisoned.
Yeah. And
I
they
mean,
and they not only buy the lie, they're promoting it. They're
mhm.
actively promoting their own executioner. Just and so I work with my own self of like just don't judge them or throw them under the bus like they're throwing other people under the bus. Just like gently be like and you'd said it when I very first met you. It takes about 6 weeks once people start to unfold things. It takes about six
Themselves.
weeks to have a like a one of those like wait what'd you say, and then wait what, you look at the food industry, the health industry, the sick care, and then you start. I mean, deep dive family court. Hello, that's I mean
Yeah.
it's all
Well, yeah,
right in
and
face.
the other thing is they know that they're out. They know that they're in trouble, and they're scrambling to censor. The
Why they want to get
EU,
rid of TikTok?
the EU went after Elon, saying that you must stop this free speech on your platform. And then that's when this new law came out that was implemented on August 8th, and there they said that there will be consequences for Elon. They didn't state what the consequences are. They said that there will be consequences for him. So we'll see. Something is probably coming for him, unfortunately. Um,
That's the only free speech.
Coupon code for Regenerate. If you are going to throw a Regenerate party, which means that your intention is to have a party and share with a bunch of your drinking friends, there is a code, Regenerate Party.
Did you make that already, or do you mean to do it for you?
Uh, I would love it if you did it for me.
Exactly.
I did say that it was going to be Monday before it was active, but if you are committed to doing a Regenerate party,
Yeah,
and my inspiration for this was Heather and you did a Regenerate party, right?
yeah, yeah.
And then had great conversations. So,
It was
and then I,
amazing.
I also wanted to leave up the discount to you, Angela, what you think is fair, if people are um, going to do a regenerate party, because I understand it's a little expensive and you wouldn't want to share it. So let's give it enough where essentially it's like you're checking a box saying, I will give this to my friends and family, and in exchange for that, we'll give you a pretty solid discount.
Right. That's gonna all be on. I was like, you got to go over to Sam Cart because I tested anyway. This is the kind of nerd stuff that I unfortunately know. I wish I didn't know. So I'm like, you need to do this, and then of course when I say that, that means I just took it on.
Mm.
Just kidding. I love you. I love you.
Kitty, five. Did you buy two bottles, three bottles, Kitty? Or I make hand blown what? Can't hand blown
And
glass. Oh, yeah. Connect with me on the one in Nashville, homies for nomies. I like your handle. Yeah. Trying to think. Some glass blown art, some hand blown glasses. Yeah.
with other. Okay.
Um, yeah. Yeah, hit me up on the one in Nashville. Send me some photos of what you're doing.
Want me to make your regular tea? Cup of tea?
And Kitty, that your package is going to go out today. Yeah. And you're going to be one of the last gift boxes because I'm almost out of the loot vibes and I haven't decided if I'm going to restock the loot vibes. So give me some feedback on the loot vibes. If you end up loving the loot vibes, liking,
That's the.
I know, I'm going to tell you right now, the loot vibes are very potent. So be ready when, if you smoke those loot vibes. They're
Interesting.
very potent. I would say that one loot vibe is at least 5 servings, and that's why it comes in a glass tube so that you can put it out and relight it. Or it's designed to share while hanging, um, to have an evening with loot. If you're throwing like a dinner party with loot, you can pass around a loot vibe, um, for a whole group. If you were to consume one loot vibe in one sitting, you will be quite sophisticated.
Yes, I've experienced
Yeah.
this.
Yeah. Loot vibe is a smokable product. I don't know if you've had,
I have.
it's essentially some of the ingredients in loot that are put into a smokable form. Yeah, and that package is going to go out today, Kitty.
Um, I'm just putting it because I can. I have this power.
Yeah.
Doo-doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo. Yeah.
And the supposed to have.
And also when you join his free network, he's got a Mighty Networks like I have, but mine isn't free, but his is free. And if you get in there, there's a bunch of information too.
That's what I was telling homies. Oh yeah, okay, will do. Thank you for joining. My mother would like to.
Hold
I
on.
like that about you, Kitty.
All right.
The
All right.
brand that I currently use is Amazing Herbs, and that's because it comes in a 16 fluid ounce size. Hopefully Katy Perry didn't buy it because now I got to find a new brand of black seed oil too.
What is up with Katy Perry buying that? That's weird, y'all. That's weird, right? Am I crazy? It's weird.
And the reason why I do Amazing Herbs is because it's a glass bottle, 16 ounces, and it tastes like I expect black seed oil to taste. Amazing Herbs.
Oh, please. Anyway, um, thank you. You're so welcome. Oh, black
I've
what?
been getting it from Amazon. Black seed oil is an oil made from the black cumin plant. Um, it's also known as Nigella sativa. Um,
Nigella sativa.
it's
What did you
also
say?
known as one of 2 seed oils that are safe to eat, the other one being olive. They may have disowned you. I don't know.
It made it. What?
Yeah, well, it's not in the cannabis world. It's Nigella sativa, not cannabis sativa.
It detected inactivity. Oh no, no, no! Don't do that. Refresh. Unable to verify. Oh, here we go. Boop. It was about to kick me off due to inactivity. I'm like, what do you mean? We're doing a lot of activity over here.
Yeah.
God. Um, implemented.
Oh, Judah uses the same brand as I do. Do you think it works? I'm a big believer in black seed oil.
Me too.
I would say that in a high dose, if you take too much, it can make you nauseous, but not nauseous to the point of throwing up, just slightly nauseous. Um, yeah. Be marijuana.
How fun. Look, y'all, look. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
Yeah. Oh, I have the raw materials in for the serum.
Ha ha ha! I am so excited. Is Rondi on here? Because Rondi's been wanting that forever. So his loot that gets you sophisticated and can get me out of an asthma attack also has a way that you can put it topically. He has one that you can put it on topically on your lips.
You put it on your face. Yeah. Any place you want to have lower inflammation, better blood flow. Oh, it can alleviate pain.
I love it. I love that you don't ever tell really what it's for. I can't wait.
Yeah.
And look, your packaging. Look at this. This is cool.
Yeah.
It looks
Hmm.
really cool. I'm like, I'm excited. Neato. I'm like, yeah, hot pink girl. You know when you just do a syrupy, kind of slippery thing that's got loot sophistication, but it can. Funny.
Well, it's just designed to go anywhere. It's edible, it's topical, it's all the ingredients are safe, are just all the ingredients are just simply safe for humans.
For both of y'all. Right? I need it too. I was like, we need that. Can you make that? Um, I found a really cool bottle for you. I was like, ooh, that's exciting. You're welcome. You're welcome, Audrey. It could be alone or with a friend because you could use it on both parts. I'm
Uh-uh.
spitting. I'm like, woo!
Uh-oh.
It's a well-rounded
The
party.
audio has gone kooky.
It's a well-rounded party. We got serum, y'all. We got regenerate. Y'all, listen. We could regenerate together, and then oil it up. Slippery, slippery one. What? Slippery, slippery. Uh oh. I'm gonna be hearing myself. Health. It's healthy. Some you need healthy things for yourself like that. Here it is. Look, perfect timing. Look, serum. Perfect timing. I'm very excited. I love it very much. Clams. James. Clams. Aw, I know, especially your wife, dude. Makes me sad.
You do look beautiful out there.
Oh, I do. I'm regenerated. Where'd he go? He disappeared. I was trying to be decent. You're fine. You're fine. Listen, you're fine. You need to get like loved up, especially after what you went through. I'm down. I mean, not me, but somebody in your neighborhood. hmm This is also why I want a dating app because people who know me through me, they should connect with some serum, and then everybody who knows me has somehow been dealing with trauma. Audio went bad. Sorry. I have to work. Oh, this is very fun. I mean, I could just stay on my laptop and just like continue sitting here. It's like the1innashville.com. And I've been doing this every morning. I'm going to do it every morning, but not go this late. But today, my child is at her dad's, and then I was at Heather's. And there's so many cats here that I slept outside. I don't know if you saw that, Sean. I don't feel horrible. I think it's funny. I was sleeping outside because I ain't sleeping inside with all them pussies. You know what I'm saying? I ain't.
You could.
Look at you've changed clothes again. Why are you so cute? Like your outfits are like so sexy.
No.
They are. Look
No.
at her. Hold on. Look.
You cut them. You use scissors.
Oh, hi y'all. You just use scissors to make all these sexy outfits. Don't mind me. I can just shoot guns and throw knives. And dart. What is it? Blow darts.
Blow dart gun.
Yeah. She's
I
like,
can blow.
anyway. I'm sorry your husband tried to kill you.
Yeah.
You're such a good
That's
catch.
a story in itself.
I mean, seriously, girl.
I mean, he had me insured.
Oh my God. I'm so glad you lived. I'm
Me
about to go
too.
watch some raunchy TV. Okay. Her deck is awesome. I slept here last night. I slept on that hammock right there.
I slept on the bed.
That's my hammock. I'll just hang it up. And she's like, wow, you're so inspiring. I'm going to sleep out here too.
Well, I'm
Y'all
afraid
don't
of
get
the
me
bear
started.
by myself. I just don't want the bear coming around. And he's been really coming around a lot.
If I was a bear, I'd come around you too, woman. She's like, yeah.
He's pictures.
He's nice. I have pictures.
Yes.
Sounds like something I would say. Speaking of pictures,
Yes.
I need your drive. Give me your pictures. She and I are gonna do something.
Okay.
Yeah. Mhm. Who's my friend? My friend is Heather. What are you on here? Heather something? Heather? H.T. Taylor 71. H.C. H.C. Taylor 71. She's got a blow dart. She's got a blow dart. We're here regenerating.
I have
blowing darts. Then we need some serum. Goodbye, y'all. Thank you. He's going to follow the one in Nashville. I'm going to fix some stuff and do some stuff for you. I've been doing all morning since 5 in the morning. And then look at her. Look. She's going to blow a dart, y'all. Look at her. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, go. What?
I mean, it's nothing to do these.
I did it, and I got them all three in the same spot like this. I did.
Yeah. It was almost on top of each other.
I like it on top of each other. I like blowing darts on them.
I didn't have it pushed through. I collect skulls.
Oh my god. She's so cool. Look at her.
And bones and antlers. I think I have more antlers than anybody that's ever hunted for antlers. I don't think anybody could have any more than me.
She's got a lot.
I mean, like bowls of them.
I'm not questioning you.
I don't know what to do with them now.
Could you do a reading of
A reading?
Oh yeah. He was being naughty.
Oh.
He was being naughty.
Okay.
For goodness sakes. All right, I have to do a few things, and then yes, I will totally do a lot more things. And we'll do a lot more things. A lot more things with serum too. Let's wait till the serum's available. Yeah. All right, y'all. Bye.
Bye. Au revoir.
Bye. That was really fun. Make furniture with the antlers. Oh.
Oh, and I have a ton.
Serum parties, Kitty. We could have regenerate parties and serum parties and loot parties. And then just get Jesus on there. Sean, you see why I call him Jesus, right? I mean,
he has to be a part of it.
You bring him on. I'm like the Mary to his Jesus. I wrote a song yesterday like, whores get paid. You're like, what are you, a whore? I'm like, hey, whores get paid. Did you get the memo? I didn't get paid.
But that's good, though.
I didn't get paid. Oh, I'm doing it out of the kindness of my heart. God.
But is it, if you have a sugar daddy, is that still considered being paid?
I don't know what that's like. I do not know.
I mean, you're getting money.
From whom?
The man that you're having sex with.
Who? Not me.
Well, we don't have to be talking about you.
Are you just talking about in general?
Yeah.
Oh, God. And then the conversation takes a shift.
But is that a whore then?
Cut to my song. Whores get paid. I mean.
Is it bad to be a whore?
That's what I'm saying. Don't judge whores. They get paid.
Hey, your fur.
Like, listen. I'm like, y'all stop judging. Look how red I am. I was dancing in the sun yesterday. All right, let's bring Clyde Half-Ass. I mean, you said that, and Clyde Half-Ass needs to come over.
If they saw your shirt yesterday, your shirt was great.
There's Clyde Half-Ass. Oh, goodness. Oh, no. What are you doing? Jesus. Okay. He's very into me. This is the 20-year-olds. This is Clyde Half-Ass. He does not like anybody but me. This is what's happening.
That's nice. Imagine having that in real life.
He doesn't like anybody but me.
Can you imagine?
Yeah. Yeah.
How great it would be.
Oh my God. All right, y'all. This is funny. And then we're gonna do some more things and take some pictures and share more with you. Here she's gonna put her funny hat on. Ready?
I'm not putting it on.
Why not?
It's my warm hat. This is what she slept in last night.
I did. I slept in a hammock wearing that hat. This is
Alpaca.
Clyde. Clyde Fast is her boy. Yeah, Clyde Half-Ass. This is Clyde Half-Ass. He was named by Sandra Fan because y'all can name puppets. I love it when he does that. He
You're gonna stick something in it.
only does it. He only does it to other people. I love it. Anyway, you girls are a hoot. This has been fun. Hey, you know what? My daughter, who's brilliant, who's like smarter than all of us, I don't even know how to keep up with this kid. She said to me, Mommy, you're going to keep getting canceled and banned. You need to speak in parables with puppets. She's 9.
Whoa.
She's 9. And right when she said that, Alexa came on, that was on, and now I don't have Alexa in the house anymore at all. And it goes, Alexa goes, I don't understand you. And I go, that's all right, Alexa. We're just talking in parables with puppets. And Alexa goes, I don't understand you when you're speaking in parables with puppets.
Interesting.
And I was like, excellent. Excellent. We're so glad. So, you know, we're gonna stay. I know, right?
Definitely.
So speak in parables with puppets and share some healing techniques with each other. And Clyde, half-ass. And even if we do it half-ass, like, you know, can't even look at the website. Gosh, you want some loot?
Can we smoke loot?
He has the vibe. What's he's calling vibes? Those are smokable things.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. I like that.
Clyde likes it too. Anyway. All right, bye, y'all. We have to stop. We can do this forever. I gotta fix some stuff. So I'm about to put some stuff up because I stepped in. I know, me and my big mouth. I was like, I will help you, Jesus. I help myself and I help Jesus, and that's the way it is. I love you.